Well, the good news is the Petticoat 5 will soon be available from your high street computer store.
I had the idea in a dream originally, and then the next night I dreamt about it again.
Working human heart. So it's only on sale in Germany at the moment, I'm afraid.
It's a very childish attitude, as the majority of them are quite harmless.
Sorry about that. Technical problems abound in the background. I think that's... Yep. Okay, move that over, Somehow I get even less prepared for a stream the closer we get to the end of the year. This isn't even slightly close to being on time. But, whatever. Whatever. There's a moving window between when the stream starts and, when it's scheduled to start, when it actually starts. I hope you're all doing well. Okay. Mad Moose says low effort December. Wow. The effort you conserve in one area can, in theory, be channeled to other areas, but I wouldn't know anything about that. Anyway, might as well just cut over to desktop. Hey, hi. Right. So initially in my head, I had a plan for this stream to do more work on the randomizer, but I can't. I just can't. There hasn't really been very much progress since the last stream, and I don't want to do any more. I need a break. The effort to progress ratio is just far too high, and I feel, and like I'm pretty much spending all my time just wishing I was doing something other than that. So that's usually a good time to kind of maybe put it to one side, not abandon it on the side of the road, but just put it to one side for another time when I have the energy / inspiration to do something with it. So, oh crap, I haven't even posted on social media what this is going to be about. So we'll just workshop it here. So we go December stream hashtag MS-DOS hashtag DOS hashtag December. Tonight we try and get as far as we can into forgotten FMV spy thriller SITY 2000 London before the emulator crashes. Hashtag, yeah. Hashtag. It's always good to be thorough, Mad Moose. You're correct. Alright, so as is suggested in this little blurb, which I'm now going to copy paste everywhere, we're just playing a game tonight, or we're playing the game City 2000 London. I had done like a little bit of work to get this. It's quite finicky to get running. It was released in 1993. It was one of the first games that I'm personally aware of that used Visa and like the high-res graphics mode alongside FMV in DOS, which means that, I mean, out of the box, out of the box, the installer doesn't run because the CD drive is now too fast. And also out of the box, any attempt of playing video inside the game would cause it to just kind of explode into a rainbow mess because there's apparently a bug in the default Visa driver that they have. They did release a Tandy, it was like a special version for, oh, hang on, it's for a Tandy computer with a stupid name. Hang on, let me just paste this and then we'll look up what the Tandy computer was called, because it's quite, I had no idea that this was a product released by the Tandy company, and my life is richer for knowing this. So, okay, it's copy pasting work. Yes, and post. Okay, job done. All right, so if we open up, also I figured like maybe tonight is the night I learn how to use Marty PC. I've not opened up Marty PC ever before, but I get the feeling that I don't know, when Sean played it, it crashed at pretty much the same place each time. So I get the feeling that we're gonna have to do some kind of troubleshooting, and that'll either involve because I mean, yeah, the DOSBox is nice and all, but the debugging situation in DOSBox, poor. I'll just say it. It's not fun to use. And yeah, DOSBox staging kind of adds the adds the hurdle that, like, for some reason the debugger window is now just rendered in kind of garbage characters. I don't know what's going on there when I build it from source with all the debugging stuff built in. Yeah. Like they've gone to the effort of like moving it out of a terminal window, which is kind of one of the pain points of the original DOSBox debugger, but it's now literally unreadable because the font is all different. So hang on, do I have a DOSBox staging build that I can show off? Build. Did I try and build this with the debugger on? crap, I can't remember what... So if we go deep... So... Oh, Alt pause to enter the debugger. So... Which key is the pause key? Oh, no idea. Whatever, we'll just pick a CGA game. We'll go life and death. And we'll run it in the debugger. Debug LND. There you go. They have changed it to use a library called PD cursors to, I guess, instead of directly emulating it in the ANSI terminal. But yeah, this ain't good for anybody. Like, the font map is all is nowhere near where it needs to be, and I don't know. I just don't have the motivation to debug PD cursors. So anyway, that's why I can't really use the DOSBox staging debugger to test anything. Anyway, that doesn't matter. We'll start the game and see what happens. DOS City 2000. Okay, and I've pre-packed it all up here, including a version of DOSBox. But if we just run our stock version of DOSBox, that should open the game. Here we go. City, but it's called here City in Trouble Year 2000. So hopefully that audio is coming through. Just turn that up a bit. So this is the unhinged introduction to this game. So yeah, just an ordinary interaction in a, jungle, I guess, somewhere. Swapping over a backpack for a briefcase, as you do. Okay. Okay. Oh, and he's grabbed both of them. So this guy in the fishing vest is our hero, John Daring. I don't know why. I mean, didn't like 3 or 4 of our team get killed? That seems like we'd be like a bad outcome for a mission like that. Hey, Metal666 Snake. Metal666 Snake says, 97p games are the best games. I've never heard of this one before. Looks great. Yeah, I'd never heard of it either. Yeah, Mono in Sean Morley's Discord set me on it. I see that Densquick's archivist at large was responsible for uploading the copy to Internet Archive, but it looks quite advanced actually for 1993. Like, this is really pushing the envelope. And sure, why not? You know, have a metal man standing in a living room looking at a TV, looking into a TV. Okay, Harper syndrome hits London. Doctors and scientists in London, England, are becoming increasingly concerned this week as 22 people were admitted to the hospital suffering from the same condition which has already affected 40 others in London this month. The mystery illness affects the brain and the central nervous system. Anyway, that's all you need to know.
Darren.
John? Hi there. Agent X here of British Intelligence.
Hi there, what a surprise.
Listen, we have a bit of a problem over here in London. We desperately need your help.
But...
I spoke to your chief, and he's agreed to lend you to us for a couple of weeks. Congratulations for the success on Operation Idaho, by the way.
Thanks, but...
So, I've booked you on the 7:30 flight to Heathrow. You'll get your brief when you arrive. Bye!
Hello? Hello?
Okay.
Damn.
That's it. That's your exposition.
Hello, this is Captain Ellis speaking on flight L178 to London. Flight time is estimated at 6 hours.
Yeah, Mad Moose says, sounds like information he should be getting from his own boss. I mean, I can't disagree. It feels like if you're in an intelligence-related profession, just trusting a random phone call saying, yeah, just fly to the UK.
You arrived at Heathrow. It's up to you now, John.
Okay, and here we are in Heathrow. So this is the interface. You can see here, beautiful full color photographs of all the areas. Judging by the people in the shot, I don't know, like Sean's theories with these were all kind of captured clandestinely by the team, just, you know, not actually telling anyone that they were creating a video game. Because I guess who in 1993 would have guessed that this would have been scanned in? But like none of the people, I don't think they got consent forms from like all the people here in this picture. So this is just literally just whoever happened to be passing through Heathrow on the day that they were doing their photo-y stuff. So we have a verb bar down the bottom, including a map which can be used to navigate around. Oh, hang on. We'll just hide that for now. We have this bag, which I believe is used to basically just to show any objects that are currently in the room. So instead of like clicking on a hotspot to pick something up, you have to pick it up from inside this object window. So we might leave that one open because that kind of seems useful. And this kind of confusing thing down here is the verb bar. Like we have 5 verbs. We've got spanner, magnifying glass, conical flask, speech bubble with the word talk, and wandering hands. So covering many bases. So what do we have to do? Okay, if I recall correctly, we got to walk forward here.
Will Mr. John Daring please report to the information desk? Thank you.
John Daring? That's our name. Okay, and the information desk. I don't know why this particular screen shows a black image, but because before the announcement you can see something, but if you go forward here, then you arrive at the information desk.
Daring here.
Hi. Did you have a good flight? Go and make yourself comfortable, and then come round to my house for dinner. I'll explain everything then. Dress smart. I've left an envelope for you at the desk. My address is in there and some cash for taxes and so on. And John,
Yes?
when I say smart, I mean it. Get a suit. It'll make a change from those awful jeans you turned up in last time, and the time before. See you later.
If she were half so pretty as you, I wouldn't mind so much. I'm supposed to pick up a letter?
Here you are, Mr. Daring.
Wouldn't be a suave American secret agent without some obligatory sexism. Oh, but here we go. We've got our first object. Yeah, exactly. Matt Moose says, "My house for dinner. What is this Mickey Mouse Pie organization?" It's a really informal and laid back one. Also, as you mentioned earlier, we're just taking this person entirely on their word. We have no evidence that our bosses even knows about this. Hopefully that won't come back to bite us later. But we can look at the envelope.
An envelope containing a note and £100.
Okay, so it's now turned into two new objects. We've got some money.
£100 sterling.
It's like... So, let's have a look at that, like... Is that our face?
£100 sterling.
On the other side that the Queen isn't on? Because you've got, like... There's also Bank of... what was the name of the software company that made this? Aditus, that's it. So you'll notice that, like, everywhere in this game, Aditus, which is the company that designed this game, just kind of inserts themselves. And apparently it's on, they are the lender of last resort in the United Kingdom, in the year 2000. Nanmu says, is this pre or post decimalization of the pound? Oh, definitely post. Like, this is meant to be, I guess the name implies, this happens at the turn of the millennium, exactly the year 2000.
A note from your contact.
Okay, dinner 8 p.m. 10 Curzon Street, Mayfair, don't be late. Seems simple enough. Okay, and now that we've got some money... But I believe there are things to pick up in the airport if you have the little Okay, so if we did not have the bag open at this point, the only indication that there'll be something here in this room to pick up is this little icon, which disappears if there's nothing around and appears if there is. So for that reason, I think we're just gonna keep the object pane open as we can. Oh, there you go. Fluff Weasel says decimalization was in the 70s.
A mug of coffee.
Wow. I'm glad that they embossed that on the side, or else who knows what we would be picking up. Okay, I think this is... So if we try and use it...
It's dirty. I'd wash it first.
Yeah, that's alright. Okay. So no, we can't spanner it. What if we try and conical flask it?
Milk and 2 sugars, please.
Word bubble it?
Your voice echoes, and if you hold the mug up to your ear, you can hear the sea.
Cool. Alright, so already this is a game which has unique responses for each of the verbs, so we'll just be taking that for now. You never know when you need a filthy, empty coffee mug. Okay. But yeah, the, let's leave. Okay, here we go. So now we're the underground, where we've got another object that we can pick up. Is it... But there's also some photos that we can pick up.
It seems to be bolted to the floor.
Okay, we can't pick up the photo booth. What about spannering it? Okay, we got some photos. Can I use it again?
Just exactly how vain are you? One passport photo should be enough.
Okay. Jeez. Alright. Settle down.
There's a photo booth. There's a photo booth.
Okay, let's look at our mugshot.
John Daring, what a guy.
We are on the money. Oh my god. That's our face on the pound. That's great.
£100 sterling.
It's such an odd choice. Why would you... Anyway. If we look at it a second time...
John Daring,
Oh,
what a guy.
it develops a second time if you look at it a second time. That's... Okay. Alright. And if I were to, conical flask?
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean.
Talk to it?
The photo booth chooses to ignore you.
Pick it up?
It seems to be bolted to the floor.
Okay, and then... If I were to...
That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever, John. Don't be silly, John. It's only a piece of paper. What do you mean? Milk and 2 sugars, please.
Okay, and then...
Don't be so vain. Try reading it, John. Try reading it, John. They say money talks, but I don't think they mean it literally. There is nothing to buy here. You have nothing to use that with. Try reading it, John. It's dirty. I'd wash it first.
Alright. Excellent. I think we've covered our bases here. And now we should be able to...
Tube tickets don't make the best conversationalists.
Fine, alright, we can't talk to it. How about...
That won't work.
A ticket to travel on the Underground in London.
No, our face isn't on the tube ticket, but that could change.
The London Underground isn't free, John.
Okay.
The London Underground isn't free, John.
Okay, so our first puzzle of the game, I think we've got to...
You can't go that way.
Got to use the money?
What do you mean?
Okay, sorry, no, we got to spanner the money.
You now own a brand new tube ticket.
Should then mean... Can I spanner the ticket again? No. I have to talk to the ticket?
Tube tickets don't make the best conversationalists. That won't work.
Okay, but you can just walk on the train now. Again, it's very obvious that they were just taping people, or they were just taping random shit and put it into their computer game. Okay. So what have we got? Anything else around here? Okay, so we're at Kensington Tube Station. We can go back into the train, which I think takes us back to Heathrow. Where are we? Oh, okay, right. Oh, okay, that goes to other platforms which we can't do anything with. Fine, okay. Okay, so now that we're at street level, I think we should probably save the game. just to be sure. Yeah, Matt Moose says, international super spy John Daring struggles to get on a train. That's what this game has been so far. Oh, I forgot about this.
Want to quit?
If you click this button here
Are you sure you want to quit?
and say yes, or say no, sorry,
Well, why did you select quit then?
because I didn't know it was quit. It looks like a chocolate biscuit. I guess it maybe if you squint it looks like a door, but yeah, it's not super legible. Right. So the cutscene implied that you had to go and find a suit before you go to this agent's house to be briefed. Except, as far as I can tell, that's not true. You can just go. And so, is there a way of making the map full screen? Is it, oh, maybe it's an object that you get later? Because I saw, like, yeah, when Sean was playing it, he had a full screen version of this view. I don't know how to get it, so that's okay. We can, but we need to get to
Don't be silly, John. It's only a piece of paper.
Yeah, shut up.
A note from your contact.
10 Curzon Street. Okay, so we got to get to Mayfair first. Which may be difficult. Okay, so that's blocked. I think it's up and to the right. Okay, Victorian Albert Museum, Brompton Low. At least the clandestine photos are quite nice. I've seen much worse in an FMV game. Okay, Hyde Park. Alright, there we go, Mayfair. Alright, Mayfair's up that way. So let's crack on. I wonder if this is one of those games which came with like a map in the box, which you're meant to kind of consult. I am glad that they put like an in-game mini-map, because this would have been just hellish to navigate. Oh, Park Lane and Curzon Street. That's where we need to be. Okay. South Audley Street and Curzon Street. Curzon Street and Half Moon Street. Now we gotta turn around. Third Church of Christ Scientist. Like, we're on Curzon Street. We just... And what we're looking for is a doorbell. Oh no, okay, we've gone too far.
A note from your contact.
Yeah, Dinner 8 p.m. 10 Curzon Street, Mayfair. So, okay, and we're just gonna very carefully inspect every angle of the intersection. Okay, no. Nothing I can see. Oh, wait, no, we've made a mistake. Okay, sorry, I'm going too fast here. What we should be doing is going to our hotel. And then, you know, hopefully that'll burn enough time. So the Hilton's down there. Let's go to the Hilton. Okay, so we can either go left or right. Okay, that's the way out. And the hotel. Oh, here we go.
I got a reservation. Daring. John Daring.
Ah, yes, Mr. Daring. Room number 23.
Are there any messages?
Let me see. No messages for you, sir.
Ooh.
This is a map of the streets of London.
Oh my god. Okay, here's where the map is. So we'll be taking that. It is very interesting that they included the map as a verb, but they also still expect you to okay. So what have we got? We've got... Can we talk to the map?
Try using the map, not talking to it. That won't work, John. You'll have to pick it up first.
Okay. Okay, now we have the map as an inventory item. But that means now that we can basically just navigate around in full screen mode, which we could not do with the teeny tiny map.
Are you sure you want to quit? Well, why
No.
did you select quit then?
Yeah, because I thought it was save. Alright. It is definitely quicker to move around. Oh, I see. Okay. Now that we have the map, we can expand it into the top right-hand corner, which we couldn't do before. Which is interesting. Interesting design choice. Wait, does that mean that if I were to like... Yeah, okay, great. So now the map verb has that built in. Oh, and we've got a room key. I haven't looked at the room key yet.
This is your key to your room at the Hilton, number 23.
Okay. Very... I was about to say, I would have thought that the Hilton would have at least standardized on a less handwritten looking key fob, but maybe that's nitpicking.
Don't be silly, John. They're only keys. The keys are very discreet and refuse to tell you anything about the previous occupants of room 23.
Why not?
They only fit in your hotel room, John.
Okay. Well, that's fine. We can... Can we... Okay, but can we even go to the hotel room?
You can't go that way.
I believe this is the place that Sean kind of got a little bit obsessed over, which
You
is...
can't go that way.
Now that you have your hotel keys, you'd be thinking like, great, I want to go spend some time in my hotel room. But that doesn't seem to be an option.
You can't go that way. You can't go that way. You can't go that way. As you leave the hotel, you return your room keys to the reception desk.
Yeah, so... And you can't take your room key out So if I go into the hotel... Where even is the reception desk?
You can't go that way. Are you sure you want to quit? Well, why did you select quit then?
Okay, well, this save game, I still have the key.
They only fit in your hotel room, John. They only fit in your hotel room, John. They only fit in your hotel room, John.
Fluffweasel says, perhaps I didn't have the budget to rent a hotel room. It's a real possibility. This...
As you leave the hotel, you return your room keys to the reception desk.
Okay, well, for now we'll assume that that's fine. Okay, but we've got the map. We've got... Well, I don't know. We've gone through the motion of like going to our hotel room, then immediately giving the key back. So let's head over to... Well, let's see if we can now spot something on Curzon Street that we couldn't spot before. No. Okay. So there is some other kind of... Hey, Mono. Yeah, it is London. We're trying to obviously get to the place where Sean crashed the game at the dialogue bit, and then we're gonna see if we can get past that by force if necessary. Okay. You know what? I am gonna go look up a walkthrough because this, I don't know, any time that there's a game where it's a chance of like an actual glitch making it unplayable, I'm not above cheating. So City 2000 walkthrough. I know one exists because it was found last time. Okay. City 2000 London. See, if I was smart, I would have written down where the walkthrough was, but I'm not, so I didn't. Oh, here we go, the spoiler. Okay. So we've got, once upon a time, the date is January 1st of the year 2000. You're just trying to get some rest after completing Mission Idaho successfully by getting like 5 people killed. When the phone rings and some illustrious contact from British intelligence asks you to come over to London. Used to having your guts in the line of fire, you get up and take the next flight to the English capital. You arrive at Heathrow at 0900 hours sharp, and then it up to you. Okay, so we've taken the coffee. We've taken the keys, we've taken the map. Okay. So we just gotta find the doorbell. So we've done everything that we need. We're here on Curzon Street. And there are only a small number of... spots. Oh, there is one spot I think where you can go forward. Ah, here it is.
You can't go that way.
Okay, so...
A doorbell. A doorbell. A doorbell. A doorbell.
Don't be silly, John. It's a doorbell. Talking to inanimate objects, John? Your passion for home entry systems is thwarted by a masonry screw.
Not a masonry screw. Okay, well... Fine, we'll spanner it.
Hello, I'm Kate. Agent X had to fly to Paris, so I've been sent as a replacement. Please, sit down. There is a dangerous criminal, a Mr. Rooter, at work in London. British agents have tried to apprehend him, but have so far failed in their attempts. He plans to take over the capital with disbursements by air of a mind-altering chemical, which he is currently formulating in a hidden laboratory. Your mission, John, is to find the laboratory and obtain the chemical formula for analysis. I can't tell you anything else, other than that your next contact is with Agent Y at Madame Tussauds. He will be disguised as a wax model, and he likes to chop and change, so he shouldn't be too hard to find. Here is a credit card and decoder to help you in your mission. I think that's all. Would you like a drink?
Okay, do you get all that? So, there is a guy called Mr. Rooter. Try not to read too much of that. He's creating some kind of crazy poison gas that he intends to unleash on the citizenry in a hidden laboratory that we got to break into. And never mind the fact that this isn't even the weird disembodied voice on the phone. This is someone completely different with, you know, not even an agent name that we're just meant to trust. Oh, but they've given us something cool. They've given us a...
Looks like a highly sophisticated decoder, John.
Given us a decoder. Which... I mean, you can tell it's the year 2000 because nothing, and I mean nothing, is a standard shape. It's always like a weird blob or a rectangle with a protrusion. It's great.
You have no complex messages to decode.
Okay. What about conical flask?
Don't be silly, John. This is not the voice-operated model.
Okay. Well, I think we've done everything that we can here. Oh, and also the agent said, so we got to find someone at Madame Tussauds pretending to be a dummy. But the clue that was given was likes to chop and change, and if I recall, there is a Henry VIII waxwork. So that would be my guess as to which figure from prehistory they are disguised as. The question is, where is Madame Tussauds? Because there's the Science Museum, the Victoria Albert Museum, Buckingham Palace, Birdcage Walk, Covent Garden. Maybe we should just wander around using...
You can't go that way.
Speedy map view until we can see more. There's the Strand, the Embankment, British Museum. I don't think Madame Tussauds is in the British Museum. Tower of London? It looks like we get to go to like a good selection of landmarks. If only we could play the game right. Is it down here? Okay, Horse Guards Avenue. Oh, okay, we're at Downing Street. Parliament Square and Parliament Street. I'm guessing this is just going to be Parliament. Yeah, there we go. We're at Parliament. Oh, gallery. Okay. This looks promising. Oh no, it's the Tate. Okay. Oh, but we can go to a pub. Can we go inside the pub? Is that wishful thinking? Maybe if we go a little bit further, we can go inside the pub. Come on. Staring right at the pub and you will. Why would you even mark the pub on the map if you can't even go in? That's just cruelty, is what that is. Oh well, let's just do it.
Can't go that way.
Fast mode for now. King's Road, Buckingham Palace, Natural History Museum. I will accept hints as to where Madame Tussauds is.
You can't go that way.
Oh, there we go. It's up in Marleybone.
You can't go that way.
Okay, Marleybone Road and Baker Street. Ah, here we go.
A wax dummy of a Grenadier Guard.
I don't think the dummy would agree to that. You're mad. You're mad. You're mad.
Shh. And there we go. There's a crash. And I just realized too late in my hubris that, yeah, okay. Did I save after meeting the agent? I probably did. Yeah, it would have been a good save point on it, except I was like just again, like the game draws you in. It draws you in with the promise that like each of the 5 verbs does something different. Anyway, but that's kind of what happens whenever you open up one of these dialogue boxes. Game seems to freeze, which is unfortunate. Okay, so let's go back to desktop mode for now. So I'm seeing. Okay, so nothing untoward is happening here in the standard output. I guess we'll just try a couple of things. So if we quit, we just start this again. Okay, then we load.
Hello, I'm Kate. Agent X had to fly to Paris, so I've been sent to do a replacement.
Okay, we've got to. Oh, we can just skip through that. That's good. Okay, and that's given us the decoder and everything that we need. Oops, no. Okay. So let's get in that museum. We'll make a save point here. So, I wonder...
It's a little large to carry, and besides, that's stealing.
Besides, that... I mean, didn't mind stealing a coffee cup now, did you? Alright. So I've just turned off the audio.
It's a little large to carry, and besides, that's stealing.
Or at least the background music. I'm also going to turn down the cycles to below 3,000. In fact, I'll turn it down to 1,000 just to be sure.
It's a little large to carry, and besides, that's stealing.
And now we'll try talking. Okay, still crashed. So it doesn't appear to be cycles related. Okay. So kill that. Now, because I said in the stream I wanted to like, I've never actually tried Marty PC before, so I think it maybe now's the time. Because like the options that we have are to use original DOSBox's debugger, which I would hate, lifting it into MAME, which I'm more familiar with, or Marty PC, which is apparently now like one of the more accurate emulators and apparently has good debugger attached to it. But I've never used it, so we're going to clean build it and see what happens. Just to show none. Oh, hey Arrogant. Harrigan says, there's lots of evil in 1184 by 888 pixels being 1 by 1 aspects. Oh, it's a good point. Marty PC has more than 286. I don't know. I've not looked into Marty PC. If it only has 286, that might be bad news for this game because, I mean, it uses Visa, and I've never seen something that's 286. I mean, yeah, it would be very uncommon for something that is Visa and also 286 compatible, but not impossible. Let's check it out. I don't think this uses an extender. FPHD, I think it is. Yeah, okay, so it... Alright, maybe it's fine then. Oh, 86 box. Oh, Mabu says Marty PC is really good at 8086. Maybe a couple of generations behind what we need then. But for now, like so this game is kind of a bit odd. It has many different EXEs, which it seems to jump between based on like what the context is. So really, I think I might have to start up DOSBox again, get to the in-game bit, just so we could see which... Because like the intro is fphd.exe. I just can't remember if the remainder of the game uses that. I don't think it does. Yeah, so fpint is the introduction, which I've just skipped through. And now we're at hphd again. FP introduction again. LUN.exe, okay.
You arrived at Heathrow.
Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh no. Sorry about any stuttering or lagging on the stream. Rust is being really... Rust is trying to use every core on my machine, which is probably gonna trash encoding performance. So... that's super useful. Thank you, Rust. Okay, but we did find what we needed, which was LUN.exe is the one. Yeah, Arrogant says, Rust doing Rust things needs an army to install a 100k binary. Yeah, I believe it. Disassemble a new file. It should be... Oh, good lord, it's so slow because every core is like having a bad time. Almost done. Come on. Just get out of here. Here we go. Okay, so I'm just going to open up the game in our good friend Ida Pro. Well, assuming that there's any... Oh, this is probably going to be bad for CPU. Just, come on. Come on, Mighty PC. You don't need all the cores. Oh, Mammoose says DBAL sum is currently helping to reverse the 386 microcode, but I don't think that Mighty PC runs 386 yet. Okay, that's good to know. So the code itself doesn't look like... I mean, it looks like just 16-bit... 16-bit x86. No protected mode, no EAX, no nothing. It's all done in like, looks like it's real mode. Yeah. Lots and lots of segments. So some kind of cooked loader, but yeah, it's doing it. Arrogant says 386 is like a minimum for so many 90s games. It wouldn't surprise me if there was some other reason why it needed... I mean, it would run as slow as molasses on a 286. You know, I don't know if the FMV would work. Anyway, okay, so maybe we'll gently scratch Mighty PC as a... We'll try and run it, but I'm not sure we'll have very much success because of because of that. But we do have MAME, which emulates a 486, which is definitely more than enough to get it running. Oh yeah, Fluffweasel says 286 would be pretty ancient at this point in the 90s. It would be... Oh, I don't know, like the 386, when did that come out? That came out in like 1990? Oh no, sorry, it came out in 85. I take it back. Yeah, 286 would be quite old. Oh right, the 486 came out in 89, or at least got released then. Damn, alright. It's frustrating that 16-bit code hung around for as long as it did, but then again, that's just down to DOS making it super painful to use protected mode until, you know, extenders came along and DPMI came along. Oh, please, come on. Don't make me give up the build here. Okay, it's not using all the cores, so that's something. What's using up all the memory? Oh, it's it looks like it's Firefox. I should probably quit Firefox. Oh yeah, there you go. Arrogant says, gives an example of a game from 92, 93 which had 286 as a possible option. I mean, yeah, like if there were 32-bit instructions here, then yeah, you would definitely need a 386. Like when I reversed like Under a Killing Moon Tex Murphy, like that has 30, that uses a 32-bit extender and therefore has 32-bit code in it. Whereas this is all real mode, so maybe it'll run on a 286. Who can say? Anyhow, but yeah, it looks kind of big. There is not enough expanded memory. And like the reason why we've done this is so that if we can get a trace as to where exactly it crashed, we could then look at the code and then figure out exactly what it's trying to do, which can be a little bit difficult in the abstract because 16-bit x86 is bad. I'm not even gonna not gonna mince words. It's just nightmarish to read, and 32-bit is a little bit better, but this is just it's one of the worst. So, pro tip for people who are just starting out: do not try and take apart DOS games. You will doubt your sanity, and it will not be your fault. Arishid says, is this a ScumVM project? No, this is just me wanting to see more of the game and getting a little frustrated that DOSBox would crash at that particular point. Okay, well, we've got some CPU back, according to our good friend HTOP. I think. Yeah, we've got CPU. We've got CPU to spare. Like load's kind of high. Load's a little bit high, but not Rust is not running in parallel anymore. It's just got one build process which is struggling to compile everything. So I think I have a copy of DOSBox which uses, as in like legacy DOSBox, which does not use the weird the newer thing that they put in for the debugger. So DOSBox build, unless I deleted it, DOSBox debug. Oh no, I didn't delete it. Okay, good. So new terminal, detach, because it's going to reshape this window. DOSBox debug. Okay. So ignore the fact that it's a postage stamp size video. MSCDEX is not installed. Please install if you wish to hear the CD. I don't care about the... Oh, interesting. Wow, okay, so it struggled through, but it did not like it. And now I think the game like you can see here, it's trying to access some images from the disk, but none of them are available, so it is struggling. But we should be able to at least try and talk to the statue. Oh. Yeah, okay, so something bad happened. And Alright. Oh, here we go. Okay, Mighty PC is installed. Now, tell me about Mighty PC. Mighty PC couldn't find its own configuration file. MightyPC.toml. Current directory issue. If you built from source, make sure you were running Mighty PC from the install directory in the source tree. Okay, fine. You got it, Mighty PC. Cache, yay, Mighty PC. Oh my god, okay, and it's Mighty PC encountered an error trying to scan resource paths. Mighty PC uses resource paths plus one to make configuration file. Make sure running Mighty PC from within a value distribution directory. Oh, okay, fine. So it's whinging because I ran it in a read-only spot. Don't know how the install. I mean, let's. Yeah, okay. Okay, well, this has got to work. Okay, so interesting. Performance. Ooh, neat. Okay, so it uses imagery for that. Welcome to Mighty PC. You can load disk images from the media menu. Interesting. So they have floppy drives and hard disks. I don't see any CDs, which could be a problem. So maybe, yeah, this is like a little bit too old. Media, display. CPU control. Debug options, CPU state. Oh, this is cool. Being able to like see the state interactively like this. This is kind of like MAME gives you like a very similar view to that. Oh, and you got like a call stack, which is going way too far to read. Disassembly listing. Yeah, this is very cool. Probably the wrong tool for the job, though. Oh, okay. What about running in machine tandy mode and CPU 286? Yeah, I think we might have to like modify the config. So what do we got? So we've got IBM 5160, IBM PC Junior, generic XT. Turbo button. Oh my god, that's very cool. Like they've got a SIGROC output for yeah, so SIGROC is like a tool which is used for logic analyzers. So if you have, so it's kind of like a oscilloscope, but you can wire it up to instruction like electrical buses which contain data. And so I'm guessing that this is the tool that the Mighty PC dev uses to confirm that the emulator is kind of signal accurate to an original PC, which is an insane commitment to the bit. And yeah, we've got VHDs for hard drives, ROMs, and floppies. Yeah, okay. So it's got support for cassette, cartridge, floppy, but they don't. Yeah, IDE CD drives do not appear to be on there yet. That's cool. Do they have machine CPU? I guess it's not configurable yet. Either that or it's defined by this. So I guess yeah, maybe for now it's just oh, I see. Okay, so here's your actual. So if you look at like the Tandy config. Yeah, okay, so then it has... Okay, it's got this kind of video card and then this kind of bus. Is there anything about the CPU? Nothing about the CPU. That's interesting. Yeah, Arrogant says parallel ATA, IDE, CD-ROM were much after the 286 era bus. Oh no question. Yeah, like that. Those only kind of came into being in like the early 90s with. Like I remember that I had like a Sound Blaster Pro which had an IDE expansion specifically for the CD drive, which was Sound Blaster branded, but then later on it became something that the BIOS could handle. Mamu says the debugger in DOSBox X probably still works. I've had like very poor luck getting DOSBox X to work. It is very much, I don't know, it glitches out but in like a different and more upsetting way. So okay. Let's just do the work. And by do the work I mean load this into MAME, which is my go-to for debugging stuff like this. I mean, it could also be that like it just doesn't crash in MAME, which would be also an option. I hope it's not that. Oh, Mamu says my emulator only runs June. Well, it's a very good June emulator though. You gotta give it that. Now, where did I put my stuff? Was it in mess? Yeah, okay. So this is... So, yeah. Similar, I think, to Marty PC. Like, one of the nice things that DOSBox gives you is that it will just bridge the local file system to the DOS file system API, which then means you don't have to like mount any disk images. You can just like have stuff, and it just starts working. No such deal with MAME. MAME does emulate all of the hardware, video card, IDE bus, etc. So we need to mount a scratch drive which contains the game. Now, what was the one I last used? Probably this one here called msdos.image. Yeah, okay, that's what we need to do. Oh, Checkout says, I make ZZT games and someone made a stripped down DOS emulator only for ZZT. Man, yeah, like ZZT would actually be like a good subset to target for an emulator project. I mean, don't get me wrong, like anyone who tries to make a DOS emulator is out of their mind in a good way, but they're still out of their mind. Like it is such a messy target. But if you're going for like an individual game with a small subset of the API surface, ZZT is a great choice. Okay, so what I've done here is I have attached MS-DOS as a loopback device, so it now appears here on my devices list, which should then mean I can... Didn't mean to do that. There we go. Okay. And yeah, okay, so this is my FAT16 drive, which I was using to... I was using for reversing Under a Killing Moon and also for testing Mora and Ash, which is my DOS game, the one that I made earlier this year. But now what we're going to do is we're going to go copy City 2000 over there. And we're going to do that by going into DOS. City 2000. A DOSBox edition. And we'll just copy this into here. Oh, Arrogant says, did you release Mora and Ash? Where can I play it? I absolutely did. I'll just send the link in the chat. Recordings, Yep, it is playable in the browser, but it is also downloadable as something that you can run inside Microsoft DOS. I've tested it on real hardware. It was a big ordeal, but I'm glad I did it. And yeah, it uses it's a LucasArts style adventure game in an engine that I wrote because I wanted something that was kind of like the LucasArts engine. But yeah, it is released. You can play it. You can play it right now. But I don't know, if the stream gets too dull, you can play it right now. There you go. That's plan B. Okay, we've copied that over to here, which then means we got to unmount this. That's important because otherwise, when the emulator uses it, it's going to be bad news. Cat run.sh. Okay. And just to be sure, I'm going to copy the City 2000 junk over here. And we're going to run main. Oh, Jake-Out says, nice, I submitted a game to the December Game Jam, but it runs poorly outside of the emulator that I mentioned. I mean, I also submitted a game to that Game Jam, or a mod to that Game Jam. It is it is a randomizer for Monkey Island 1. It does not work very well because I mean it scrambles things up, but there are a bunch of bugs, and that is just down to the fact that the interior code of how stuff links together in Monkey Island 1 are quite non-standard. A lot of edge cases, and you know, I may work on it again later this week, but not today. I needed a break. It was kind of killing me a bit. So I'm gonna just turn the computer on. So we have here a 25 megahertz 486 with a CD-ROM drive. Now, god damn it! All right. Now the problem is I can't remember what key that I assigned to. Interesting, okay. So apparently the tilde key is a breakpoint, or a user breakpoint, which is good to know. I'm just trying to remember what the menu key is. Is it shift? Yeah, okay. So shift scroll lock enables the menu, which you can then use to open up the file manager and remap the CD-ROM drive to cd2000.q. So now if I go into drive D, yeah, okay, good. And I think the setup should be about the same for City 2000. So it's probably going to lag a little bit because MAME isn't as fast as DOSBox, not by a long shot. Okay. So, yeah. Oh. That's the other thing. You can't press escape. Because the default behavior in MAME, if you have the menu... Okay. Because I had the menu enabled, that meant the default mapping for escape, which is quit MAME, was okay. Okay, that was preventable. Hopefully I didn't corrupt the hard disk image by doing that. Okay, we'll just start that up again, pretend that didn't happen. Oh no, this isn't good. This isn't good at all. Why did... Oh, okay, hang on. Let's not panic. Hard reset. Run. I was gonna say, how come like autoexec.bat didn't run that time? It's probably because I pushed scroll lock when I was starting it up. Okay, I'm not gonna push anything. I'm just gonna keep my hands off the keyboard until everything is booted. Okay, now we can enable the menu. Change the CD-ROM drive to CD-2000. Then turn off the menu. There we go. I can now push the escape key without causing an exit. Which is good, because I'm going to be mashing the escape key a lot. Okay. Did I mash the escape key too many times? I mean, it's still running something. Oh my goodness. Hello Raiders. Hello Fire Broadside. How's it going? How's your stream? We're just in the middle of trying to figure out like what's going wrong with this FMV game. By opening up in everyone's favorite DOS emulator, MAME. Except, okay, what we're gonna do? We're gonna do a little soft reset. Let's start this again. Oh, Fire Broadside says, how things going in here? We love things going on with FMV games. Fantastic. Oh, Origin says more Ash needs more espresso. Thanks, game looks great. To give some context, Origin is referring to the game that I made in DOS about, or released it about 3 months ago. We're not playing that tonight, but the link is there in the chat if you want to try it out. Oh, Matt Glad says we're here to watch type numbers and letters. Okay, well there'll definitely be letters. That much I can guarantee. That's the stream guarantee. Okay, so City 2000. And yeah, like this game is already kind of coming from a that's right. Oh, I was going to look up the name of the stupid computer. So this game was, I had never heard of it. Densquix apparently was the one to kind of preserve it on archive.org, and it is very charming. But it is also one of the earliest games that I've seen from about 1993, which has not only FMV, but it uses Visa graphics, so high-res VGA. And the default version, I mean, like, yeah, the out-of-the-box version of the game that you install, it just vomits blood when you try and run it in DOSBox. For whatever reason, the video decoder does not work well. But there was a patch disc for this game that was released for... This is what it was. The Tandy Sensation. There was a computer called the Tandy Sensation, which I guess was like their entry into like the MPC era. And there's a special version of City 2000 London for the Tandy Sensation. And that apparently sort of works in DOSBox. As we've... essentially, like, as soon as we get to a point in the game where you have a dialogue puzzle, the game crashes, and from what little we could see in the DOSBox debugger, it was running some kind of invalid code. Arjun points out that the Monkey Island randomizer, I stupidly put a link to the source code, and the source code is not public yet. I thought I did make that repo public, but apparently I didn't. I will do that after the stream. So, but yeah, not quite now. Anyway, okay, so we've got the game here. What I think we'll do is we'll go into London. This is one of those games which has like 6 EXEs running the entire thing, and we know Lun EXE is the one which contains the game proper. So I think if we just run Lun EXE by itself, that should start the game. Oh, Arjun says, again, maybe you need to set DOSBox machine equals Tandy. The Tandy setting in DOSBox, I think, is referring to like the Tandy 1000, which is like a IBM PC era machine from like the 1980s, whereas this is definitely, I mean, when it says, like, from what I can tell, the Tandy sensation was their attempt at like getting in on the MPC market, which is from like 1990. About 1990. Wow, okay, so it's not even running at all. It's not even running at all in MAME. Possibly because it expects there to be a Visa driver there and there isn't one. Or it could just be that MAME is majestically slow. But this is like roughly the same set of instructions that I recall it getting stuck at when I hit escape a bunch of times. So maybe we're just in... Alright, well, easy way we can check. So what I'm going to do is... There's a log instruction. There's a log error. We want execution. We can do single steps. Trace. Okay, so MAME gives you this wonderful command that's called the trace command, and you can basically say, you can tell it to write every CPU instruction to a file, and this is very useful for identifying, I guess, pieces of code where it gets stuck. So, I mean, the other option is that maybe in MAME, the original version of CD-2000 runs properly, and it is the Tandy sensation version, which is bad. But also, I could try running instvisa.exe. Like, maybe that's the missing step. Because yeah, DOSBox just supports Visa out of the box, whereas I think with this you might need to bootstrap it. Okay, so we'll do a trace. I'll write the trace down, and then we'll do a soft reset. So we'll go trace city load spin. Okay, and then all we do is that we run the CPU for a little bit. Doesn't have to be for very long. It's going to be much slower. But I just want to make... Yeah, I want to capture a few of those. Okay, and then back there. And then we hit F11 to pause it. There we go, and then trace off. Okay, so, and this is just every instruction that is run on the CPU. since then. It seems to be, yeah, it just seems to be kind of in a loop. Can we match that up with our trace from here in LUN-EXE? Like, as far as I can tell, yeah, as far as I can tell, protected mode is not being used. Just a shitload of segments. So I would have thought that this would map fairly. I mean, we don't. Okay, we did. So there are ways of mapping between whatever position in memory there is to whatever position in the code. That way, madness lies. I don't recommend it in good conscience. Instead, what I'm going to do is we are going to look for some instructions here which are not going to change, and we're just going to search for that sequence of bytes, because that generally always works. So we go 53 1E C5 5E 02 8B 07 3C FO. Okay, that was so something in there is not. I mean, okay, so it could be that maybe it's getting hung up on an area outside of where oh yeah, I should also check what the registers are. So we've got codes. Okay, no, code segment F, which I think is it might actually be DOS. It might actually be spinning its wheels in DOS. So less than ideal. Oh, interesting. Okay. So it's doing an... Right. So it's doing an IRET, which is an interrupt return exception handler, and then it's going to here, and then it can't decode it, which is bad news. Like, you should never see the question marks. If you see the question marks, something has gone horribly wrong. So there's probably some kind of... So it failed early on, and then we're just seeing the dregs of it, like, looping over and over again, trying to break out, but never quite succeeding. Okay, so that's good. Let's just reset that then. Okay, LUN-EXE. Actually, well, let's just test. So if we go Insta-Visa. Okay, what? Which? So if we go to the previous menu and we look at slot devices. So we've got a Logitech mouse, we've got a SVGA T-Sing ET4000. Okay, so that is our Super VGA card that we're using. ET4000. Wait, no. Why are you posting what? I don't know why it was suddenly copy-pasting text into there. That's Visa VGA BIOS extension is already installed. You now have a file VLON VAT and VDEM BAT. VLON or VDEM will automatically install your Visa driver before loading London. I saw T-Sing Labs in there. So if we go K... S, D, F, G, H, J, K. I don't know how you I don't know how you I don't know how we lucked out before. Type vlon dot that. Set up. Really? D set up visa tsang. Okay. Well, that did something. Okay. LonExe. Now we're gonna breakpoint it. We are going to turn on the trace. And we are going to run. And we're gonna hit enter. So this should capture hopefully every instruction that runs before we get into the crash state. Madmo says, I just throw a print ln into my CPU to make a trace. You said someone recently dumped a copy of this. How did they confirm it was working? Oh, it wasn't recent. I think DensQuicks released this in 2016. I think it just seems to be a naturally finicky game to get running. I mean, seems like it's still working. If I were to pause it there. Oh, okay. And then we just look at the trace. Yeah, okay, it's still executing. There's no question marks. Hasn't died yet. So we'll just leave it running. So yeah, this process requires a little bit of patience, because what normally takes in the blink of an eye takes substantially longer if you're writing the log of every instruction to the disk. Okay. Because yeah, the other thing we could do is we could reinstall the game, which would then give us back the stock version of City 2000, which may run better inside MAME. But then it also runs. I mean, I was gonna say it runs the risk of working then. Which would be against everything that we were trying to do. Oh, Arigin says, only other suggestion is set up an x86 box with its git clone BIOS ROMs and configs. Yeah, I'll for now, I'm happy doing MAME just because I'm more familiar with MAME's debugger. And at least, like, we should be able to get to a point where... Let me see what's going on. I mean, it's given it a good... It's given it a good try, whatever it's doing. It's not crashing that much. Well, how many megs have we now got of log? We've got 27 megs of logs. Oh, come on. Just crash, why don't you? Oh. Was that it? No, it's nothing. Okay, if I just pause this for a sec, and then we look at some of the code that is currently... Yeah, okay, so we have this code here, which is doing all these far pointed jumps and stuff like that. Okay, step out, step out, step out. Yeah, I want to get to like a piece of code which has got to be in the game. All right, let's inspect. Unfortunately, I can't remember which what like the default real mode selectors are, whether like it's a high number or a low number. I'm pretty sure it's a high number if it's using high memory. 368F 065803. Is that anywhere? No, that's nowhere. I mean, okay, we could do... And like the other thing you got to be careful of is that you can't just... some of these numbers are going to be all fixed up because they have pointers in them, and of course all the pointers are then... There's like a fix-up table which changes all the pointers to match where they are in memory, because... Yeah, this code is not position independent by any stretch of the imagination, and you gotta... Yeah, which makes it even more treacherous to work with. Crap. I hit F12 and that apparently killed the debugger. That's annoying. Oh well, did we get there in the end? I don't think we did. Okay, so, sorry, my clue should have been that, like, before we even started the application, it was running code from in here, so obviously that... So everything that starts with 001 is probably DOS. Like, it might even be just... God, alright. That's a bit monotonous, to tell you the truth. Arrogant says it might just work. I don't have the other laptop here which has x86 box. Oh, whatever. Okay. Alright. Let's maybe give it a try with DOSBox. Oh, like the crappy DOSBox debugger again. Because that at least... that at least started. It was more a case of I need to remember how to trigger a break. Yep, don't care. I'm fine that MSCDX is gone. We just care about this wonderful user interface. Okay, here we go. Okay, so capture MIDI, record wave, screenshot, decrease cycle, debugger. Okay, mod 2, pause. Okay, there we go. So it's Alt, whatever this key is. So now I can load that into swords. Open up the object screen. Okay, now from in here we can run this log CPU. No. What is it? In fact, I'm going to turn the cycles all the way down so that we have time to react. And then we were going to go log log 10,000. And see how quick that was? See how, like, within the blink of an eye that happened? Oh, but we've got time. I remember now. So it takes time to render the thing on the screen before it crashes. So I think that we're good. We'll run this as normal. Move the mouse down here. We'll click this, and then immediately go into here, log 10,000, log 40,000, log 40,000. Also, we can increase the cycles again. Log 100,000. Come on, draw the freaking UE on the screen. You know you want to. Okay. Okay, why is it just showing one interrupt? Is it because I killed the speed at a critical time and it doesn't like that? No, it's moved to different code. Log. Come on, just draw the stupid box. You know you want to. Alright, what if I hit F5? Okay, no, it's already dead. That's odd. I thought that okay. That was close though. That was close to what we wanted. I was too late. Okay, yeah. Like within a blink of an eye, we then ricochet up here. Okay, so I guess in that case, like, it just didn't render the UI at all. Okay. One last try. Okay, so it tries to... It is trying to open all these files on the CD and having limited success. Okay. Okay, log CPU 100,000. I don't know, just log 100,000. Okay. Somehow we managed to get in there before the terrible thing happened. Right, okay, and this appears to be kind of like the dead state. Oh, Mamu says, any way to make DOSBox break on interrupt 1? That's a good question. So one of the big annoyances about the DOSBox debugger is that you don't really have breakpoints for anything other than memory, and even the memory ones are sketchy. Oh no, sorry, you do have BP. Okay. You do have interrupt breakpoints. I have never successfully gotten them to work. Same with like memory breakpoints, because like the memory breakpoints especially, they expect that they're based on like how the code calls the memory, and then that in itself is like a massive can of worms, because in real mode there's many different ways you can refer to the same piece of memory, and 9 times out of 10 you're not going to guess the correct one. But what I wanted to check was... Okay, maybe if we do a little bit more, so we do like log 10, another 100,000. Like, will that get far enough to the bit where it was doing invalid instructions? Bloody Cactus says, I detest the DOSBox debugger. You and me both. I would use the main one if I could, but we ran into an issue where the game wouldn't start at all in MAME. It's a finicky one, this. Okay, and it's doing new dumps now. Okay. Alright, so that's already kind of... Okay, so this looks like a holding pattern. Oh, Bloody Cactus says, so what's the issue? I'm working and lurking. The issue is that this particular game, which is very finicky, as soon as you try and open up a dialogue box, the game, something goes wrong. Something goes wrong in the code, and it causes it to spin out and die like this. And yeah, I was hoping that we'd be able to get an idea of what was going on. Okay, so this is like okay, so towards the end. Where's the oh my god, you can't just tell me like the first place in the damn file which has it. Okay. Here is where it begins. Earlier Arigin said, ooh, DOS Ember Jam has an ad-lib piano using js.dos, which is kind of cool. And then Jake Out says, yeah, browser WASM emulators are cool. I use that technique for my game with Zeta Web Player. Yeah, for not my DOS Game Jam entry, but the one before that, I made a WASM build of my game engine alongside the DOS build. No, I love the fact that you can run most things inside the browser now. It's still very frustrating how, I don't know, like some parts of it, like I'm thinking Safari. It's mobile Safari. Mobile Safari bad, especially for anything looking like a game. Just like really bonkers stuff. Like it doesn't support the full screen API on iPhone. And on iPad it does, except it's even worse because it'll full screen the game, but anything that is interpreted as a swipe down is an unfull screen command, despite the fact that there is a big close button in the corner. It's like, yeah, like it's hard to look at that as anything other than malicious adoption of a feature or malicious, like Apple really hate web apps. But otherwise it runs. It's just that unfortunate mess. Okay, well, we have this code here which is calling like an interrupt. We have okay. Now the piece of knowledge that I still don't quite have is where in memory. I mean, I can look it up. Hang on. DOS default location real mode memory. Like, is it just crammed into conventional memory? Or is it crammed into upper memory? I guess upper memory is reserved for drivers, so it must be like the 640K. Which then means... because this is not using protected mode. This is just a real mode application. Yeah. This, I think, must be when it's kind of spinning its wheels after the bad thing has happened, and it's just the timer function trying to call... okay, stop. Alright, and I was going to say, in a nice debugger, you'd be able to check in memory where everything is, but this is DOSBox, so you can't do that. So I'm going to quit DOSBox and hope again. Okay, we're going to try loading MAME again, but this time we're going to reinstall CD-2000. Which might work better because it is not the Tandy Sensation edition, which is the one that we had to run inside DOSBox for whatever reason. So might work, might be better. Okay, file manager, CD-ROM, CD-2000. Okay. Cool. Oh yeah, and if you just run the installation program in DOSBox with a normal cycles count, it'll crash with a divide by zero error because that's what it does to determine how fast the CD-ROM is, which is kind of funny. Would you like to install the full or the small intro? Full intro, please. So this should hopefully overwrite. Oh, Bloody Cactus says, I used to have a build of VirtualBox that played nice with soft ice. That was the best. Yeah, I've never had any luck like getting soft ice or turbo debugger running inside. Like I think I tried once getting it to run either in QEMU or VirtualBox, but nah, it did not like that. Okay, so let's run this as expected. I'm not going to hit escape this time. Actually, okay, I'll hit escape that one time. Okay. So this is where the game is spinning its wheels. Which looks like when we logged it, it looked kind of like it was hitting an invalid instruction and then just kind of bouncing back to the same spot over and over again. So we're going to just pause that. Where's the memory window? 1 byte chunks. Let's find exactly where in physical memory our friend City 2000 has been put. Just so that just to figure out what we're doing here. Here we go. Okay, this is like a good meaty chunk of stuff to go off. So find okay, crap. There's a way of searching for memory in here. I just can't remember what it was. Oh, must be in here. Help. Help memory. Memory. Find. Help memory find. Help find. Yeah, okay. That's what we want. Find 0. Let's search the first 1 megabyte roughly of memory. And we want to search for this sequence here. This sequence here doesn't look like it's going to be pointer fixed up. So let's just go 6A00. Okay, well I found many instances of that, which is fair enough. So if we go 6800 68 20 6802 6800 6800 6800. Oh my god. Help find? What am I doing wrong? Searches the address range 00FF and the current CV for the string high score. Oh, for the word size value ABCD followed by the word size value 4567. Okay. So I think you just got to B.6a B.00 B.6a B.20 6a B.02 B.6a. That's probably an easier way, but this will do. Okay, that was too specific. How about just this? Okay, that's not found. What are we doing? Okay, the find command search remember the first sequence of data, the address is the address to begin searching from. We specify the debugger or a tag CPU number. Data can either be a quoted string or a numeric value expression of the wildcard character question mark. By default, strings imply a byte-sized search. By default, non-string data is searched using the native word side of the address space. Okay, so by default, it searches the 32-bit. To override the search for non-string data, you can prefix values with B to force a byte. Yeah, okay, that's what we're doing. Really, you're telling me that there's no... Okay. Okay, there is an easier option, which I just realized, which say rather than memory, just dump the memory. So we just go, and we dump as mem dump. Okay. Oh no, that's memory maps. Don't want to dump memory as text. We want to dump memory as... want to dump it as binary. Save binary. Okay. Save D. Okay. Save... Okay, good. Right. So here's the first megabyte roughly of address space. And now we can search for whatever we want, allegedly. 6A00, 6820, 6802, 6800, 6800, 6800. Interesting. Okay, so it just doesn't appear at all. And so maybe we're too late. Okay, well, it's good to know that it's not working for either the stock version or the Tandy Sensation version. And by good, I mean frustrating. But also keeps things simple, I suppose. We'll just change back to the one that we had before. Oh, Mamu says, does it crash in the same place in MAME? Well, that's what we're just trying to start it. Like, in DOSBox, you can play the game right up until the point where you make your first dialogue choice. Whereas in MAME, it doesn't seem to, like, start the exe at all, or it just doesn't make it past the initial hurdle. So, what I think we're gonna... We'll try logging this again. Or try tracing this again. Ooh. Not enough memory. That's new. Ah. That might have been why it was crashing before. We do have some TSRs. Like, we have high mem.sys and crap. Maybe that's too much. So let's soft... No, don't soft reset. Trace off. Okay, that explains why it wasn't working, perhaps. Type exec.bat. Okay, currently we have the mouse driver, smart drive, and MSCDEX. And we need MSCDEX to get the stupid, to get the CD drive. So getting rid of that isn't an option. I guess smart drive is like an optional one. Type config.sys. So yeah, another one of the fun things that DOSBox will paper over. You always get the top 640k of memory free because, and that's very important for programs that are running in real mode because that's all you get. That's, you can't, unless you do like a whole bunch of bank switching, you can't access any of the memory above 1 megabyte. So programs of this era generally just go, oh, well, you just got to cram it into 640k as best you can. But unfortunately, 640k is also the place where DOS has to live and also any background drivers that have to live, like the CD drive. The CD drive takes up part of that 640k as well. So we have, I think we want highmem.sys, but I don't know what we can get rid of except smart drive. So I guess that's what we're gonna have to comment out. Because we need the mouse. And we need the CD drive. And that's all we have. And we can't magically add more conventional memory because it's a hardware limit. Not a... Like, the computer had... Like, MAME is emulating 16 megs. But all of that is above... A20, which is the limit of, like, what you get in real mode. So it doesn't really help us. Oh well, soft reset. But hey, okay, that at least gives us kind of a reason. Hopefully it's not because the CD drive is too big. Or maybe the mouse driver is too big. Either of those could be a concern. Should I be concerned that... What is actually Smart Drive used for? Oh, okay, it's a disk caching program. Yeah, okay, we don't need it. Because that's gonna take up valuable conventional memory that we just don't have. Version 4 introduced 32-bit disk access and could reduce its footprint in conventional memory by running an upper memory. But I don't think that we're using version 4. I mean, it's whatever was bundled with like DOS version 6, but I don't like how we're kind of just stuck here. I'm gonna do another reset. Please don't corrupt the disk. I'm begging you, please don't have corrupted the disk. There we go. Okay, good. So we'll try once more. City 2000. London. LonExe. Oh god, it's still... No, it's still spinning in place. Oh yeah, I mean this must have been a nightmare to get running on real hardware. I don't... Like... This is a 486 with 16 mega memory and you can't even... Soft reset again. I'm gonna turn off everything in auto exec. And see if it helps. Mamu says reverse engineer it and play on the Scum VM, easiest solution. I mean, I don't know. I don't know about your appetite for like 16-bit DOS code. Mine's pretty low. It's if I can get it running in DOSBox, I'm willing to like put that in the good enough basket. Okay, so echo. Save. So no MCDEX. Surely that would save some conventional memory. Oh, Bloody Cactus says you can run EMM 386 to get upper memory, and you can get 620 base RAM or something. I would have thought that HiMem does. Doesn't HiMem do that? Or does HiMem just, like, give you access to EMS? Incredible. Okay. We got a new error, which is, so I managed to start the background service that plays the ad-lib music, but it then ran into a floating point error. HiMem is just XMS and HMA, no UMBs. Okay, so we don't, it doesn't shift anything into like high memory. Okay, well, looks like we may then have to do that to get the CD-ROM out of the way, because the CD-ROM uses too much conventional memory for this game. But I mean, like, aside from that, floating point error stack underflow. Okay, I think what we will need to do is we will need to... Okay, but like, what I don't understand is, like, this is a 486. I think it comes with the x87 chip by default. So we've got slot devices. Return to previous menu, machine configuration. No, system information. Okay, so it's got an i486 of 25 megahertz, 2 AM9517, 8042, 8051. What is the X8 is? Do we maybe need to like specify the x87 as like a MAME option? I mean, the 8486 should just have... Does it need a coprocessor? Yeah, no, it does. It just supports x87 naturally. Floating point error stack under... Okay, well... At the very least, we should be able to, like, run it. And... Oh, we can't though, because it's soft locked. Soft lock. Okay, soft reset. Yeah, 486DX or 487SX. Yeah, Mamo says, I don't think you'd get an FPU stack underflow unless you have an FPU. That is a good point. So I wonder now if I do LonEXE TS for the Tandy Sensation Edition, and we also quickly do trace LonEXE.tr. Actually, before I do that, I should delete the old one, because it didn't really help. Okay, trace LonEXE.tr. Okay. Trace off. Oh, I guess the other thing we could do is we could then just put in a breakpoint for the next interrupt, which I think would then, or like which I think would be picked up by the exception handler. Though I mean, yeah, we can try it in a sec. Uh, 689,000 lines. Okay, so we have some code which is there, a large amount of code which is earlier in the address space, and then stuff which is like really at the top, which, okay, including like 000. Kinnick says, is the evil the anti-trans legislation? I mean, this is 2000, so that particular rot hasn't set in yet. So as far as I'm aware, plenty of other problems, but not that one. That brain poison hasn't quite broke out yet. Yeah. So if we soft reset this again. Yeah, Mono says back then it was still casual bigotry rather than targeted. I think. Yeah, they were disguising the hate just a little. Okay. City 2000 London Lun exe tr or ts. Gonna hit because what I want to do is I want to kind of help watch point exception points. Yeah, this is what I want. Okay. EP list. We don't have any exception points. EP help. EP set. Set a new exception point for exceptions of type on the current visual CPU. So we need x80 exception list. One of them is going to be the underflow. Here we go. Okay, so we've got division error, debug, non-maskable interrupt, breakpoint, overflowed, segment not present, stack protection fault, floating floating point exception. Triple fault. I guess it must be x87 floating point exception that we're after. Because I don't see underflow. Okay, so we're going to put a breakpoint if there's any kind of floating point exception. This is well before SIMD floating point, so that's probably not going to be it. I'll put in division error, because that's always kind of a fun problem. And we'll put an invalid opcode. Right. So immediately we hit the floating point exception. And I think we should be able to match it up with what we had here. B901. Okay, so that's... Oh, but, I mean, I hadn't even, like, processed it. Okay. Interesting. Then it's a little bit further. Yeah, okay, and then now we've got to this point here. I guess like exception point 1 must be being called like all the time. Maybe I must have like got a map to the wrong thing, but it is slowing things down enough that we can see what's going on. M611, is that even going to be anything? No, of course it thinks that it thinks it's going to be like a printer error. Okay, well, we have at the very least an indicator of like where C14 A1. Okay, so that's after an interrupt. Then it returns. Then it does all this crap. Yeah. Like the thing which makes kind of like reading this output difficult is that it's very like we still don't have an idea of like what is actually the game code in here versus like all the background DOS stuff, because like there's a timer thread which is DOS, and then the game can also override stuff. Like it looks like most of the stuff is just noise from DOS, but you can't really be sure. Oh, Bloody Cactus says triggering FPU exception is the same as calling a video int number 10. Oh, I see. Yeah, that would explain why it's every time the character updates on the screen. Thank you for that. Pretty sure you can't trigger an FPU exception unless you're in protected mode or if you have DPMI server running. I don't know if EMM 386 counts. That's very interesting. I mean, this game is not running in protected mode. So I'll just EP disable 1. Yeah. Oh, that's why. Oh, here we go. There's like... Somehow they did not... They've kept this error. A floating point operation resulted in a stack on a flow on the 8087 coprocessor of the emulator. This error is often called by a long double function that does not return a value. Interesting. So I guess maybe the compiler long double function does not return a value. I mean, are there even any like floating point instructions in this freaking thing? I mean, there probably are. Search text FP. x87 instructions. x87. Wait, no, what am I doing? There's like an even easier way. We can look for the error message in here. And then use that to figure out where, at least where the exception handler is. Okay. Cause that M6111, it's going to be in here because the compiler would have added that in. Might be that it crashes inside a function that's supposed to pop the FPU stack. Entirely possible. Interesting. Okay, so search sequence of bytes. M6111. Really? Okay. So maybe oh god, maybe it's opening something else. Like we definitely know that it loads like another background process for the ad-lib music. It's not going to be using floating point for the ad-lib music, but maybe we're looking in the wrong spot for the code. One of these things has got to mention M6111. I would have thought. God damn it, what? Like, if nothing in here is mentioning... Okay, what about the little string that says floating point error? Yeah, okay. Okay, that part must be generated programmatically, but stack on the flow is in there as a message. Search. Get rid of this sequence of stack underflow. Sequence of bytes. Stack under. Okay, here we go. So this is at least meant to be in memory in the data segment. So what we can do, we can re-enable that breakpoint again so that it's like right in the middle of things, and then we can figure out where it is in memory. Yeah, Madbo says that's going to be in the CLib. So yeah, that would be part of the embedded libc that the Microsoft compiler added to this. But more importantly, it's an anchor point which can then tell us where in memory the damn thing is, which will then solve at least one mystery. So EP enable 1. Oh crap. Okay, EP disable 1. Because we crashed. Okay. EP enable 1. Okay, so now I should be able to just run this a bunch of times until it's well in there. And we should be able to just do find 0 underflow. Okay. So we know, okay, so that's good. We then open the open the memory window. 1 byte chunks. 51D00. And Windows view, open subviews, segments. Okay, so just trying to see where IDA puts their virtual data segment. Okay, they have it starting at 4F23, which would imply, I guess, 4F. Okay, but here we go. We've got MS Runtime Library, copyright Microsoft 1992. Which should be visible towards the top here. Memory. MS runtime. No, not runtimer. Where do you think I want runtimer? Okay, there we go. So this... Yeah, alright, so 4EDA is the start of the data segment. Okay, I better write some notes down. And then, according to IDA, IDA has it at 4F23. And yeah, being real mode, I think you just add, you shift it to left 4, which means you add 1 0 to the end. I think. Yeah. Okay. So what that would say to me is that all the code is going to be between 0 and 5 1, or yeah, 5 1, because that'd be below the data segment, which then means we can filter out like a bunch of stuff in our trace as being irrelevant, which is good news. 2DD59. So let's see if we can find where 2DD59 matches up in here. Okay, 5F, 5E, 5D, C3, 8B. Cool, alright, exactly one spot. And we can't do this bit because that's gonna change, I believe, based on the fix-up table. Oh my god, and this, yeah, what kind of makes this particularly cooked, I think because of the particular optimizing compiler that they used. There are so many segments. There do not need to be this many segments, but the Microsoft compiler has opted to make 52 of them. So yeah, the base is going to be shifting around like mad for pretty much all of these. So segment 41 is 2BF4. Oh, Mamu says 52 C files. Really? Is it that basic? That might actually make it easier to reverse engineer. I never considered it like that. I always assumed it was just kind of a mad attempt at optimization. I don't understand how, because, like, isn't it a long jump between each segment? Isn't that kind of meant to be not quick? But whatever. Yeah, like, that's right. I remember, like, OptLink or something was saying, oh, we do it this way because that way you don't have to load the entire program into memory in one go. Instead, you just kind of load little bits as you move. At least for the window. I mean, that makes sense, I guess, for the Windows kernel, which kind of loads in segments of the disk that way. I don't know how the DOS exe loader works. Yeah, Mamu says probably compile 50 C files to 50 O files and link them. Yeah, that would be the mechanically simplest way, I suppose. So Shit, alright, so where is this in MAME? Actually, really, I should have picked something that's like right at the top of the segment, which would have been easier. Okay, yeah. Like this. Like this is sort of been easier. So delete this, delete this, delete this. Hex view. Oh, interesting. Okay, so this segment just starts like right on an uneven boundary. Almost as if like it's bleeding. Yeah, because it's bleeding between this segment and this one here, and it, because yeah, okay, that's super cooked. It stuck them all together like as close as possible in memory, but they do not start and end on round boundaries. Great. So I think if we just go up by B. Oh crap, that's right, because we can't do that because the instructions are multi-byte, which then means there is an infinite number of correct starting places with various bad paragraphs. Okay. Mamu says it's called 16-byte paragraphs. Yeah, but we're like, it's not even like respecting the paragraph boundary. Like, look at this. It finishes on like 6, and then seg41 starts on byte 7. Like how? Like that's a lot of rules lawyering. Doesn't respect the spirit in which whatever mad fellow at Intel came up with segments. Kinnikos asks, is the compiler insane? No, I think this is just segmented x86. It is bad. Oh yeah, it's like that bit in it's like that bit in Ace Attorney where like Gumshoe is trying the French food and he's like, huh, I've been really trying to like put my mind towards like what this is. Like, yes, that's it. It's bad. That's the word I was looking for. It's bad. Honestly, yeah, that's just me. Every time I look into old code like this. Okay, well, I mean, now that we know that, it's all going to be linear, so we should be able to just go back to where we were. Find sequence of bytes. Yeah, this one here. And then just, I guess, mathematically figure it out. Seg41 2289. A9 22A9. Two DD5C in MAME, and then seg41 is 2BF4. So if we were to like calculate the IDA address, it would be 2B F40 plus 22A9, which would be 2E1E9. Okay, so then working backwards, that would imply in IDA actually no, it would be 2DD5C minus this, which would be the offset. So hex 10000 minus this would be FP73. So the start of the program should be at FP73, assuming that it didn't move any of the segments around. FP73. This may be wishful thinking. Oh god. Okay, no it's not. So it does actually load what's called. It does actually do alignment when it loads them into memory, which is understandable, but also kind of really kicks in the teeth the idea of being able to find out where it is. Okay, but I say that we're definitely at a point in the program where it's in memory, which was the issue that we were having before. Okay, so we're gonna mem dump or save. One 000 Okay, which should then mean in here I should be able to search for bits of the program, like this entry instruction, C8. C8 04040100. Okay, and there's a few spots. But I think the one we're looking for is probably here, FB60. That's pretty close. Okay, yeah. We were really close. So, FB60... Really? Oh no, sorry. FB60 starts here, and then FB70 is actually where the code begins. So, FB70... Right, okay, there we go. And then we now got the start of the, yeah, got the start, okay. So, after 3 and a bit hours, we now know that it was initially crashing because, yeah, we now know that it was initially crashing because there was not enough conventional memory. We fixed that. We've found where in memory it is, which is quite important, which is it's starting at FB70. And we know that there's a weird floating point crash, but we don't know where that is. But we have the key piece of information which is eluding us still now, which is which addresses do we need to give a toss about, and that is, of course, the ones which actually contain the game code as opposed to DOS. So I'm going to take a quick break, but when we get back, I think what we're going to do is we're going to go do another... We're going to look through that crash dump, and just filter it out for addresses which correspond to where this game exe is, and we should be able to see the last point at which we lose control, or rather like where the underrun happens, and then maybe we could either, I don't know, see what's going wrong or shim it potentially. But yeah, I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. See you then. Break time. Alright, back to it. Okay. Now, what were the things I just said 10 minutes ago? It was that we know... Okay, we know where City 2000 is sitting in memory now. Which then means we can filter out nonsense from our CPU trace. So we have our trace here, which includes the crash, I believe. And then so why don't we go the first 8 characters. And then we would basically, what was the data segment that we found? Yeah, we found that the data segment started at 4EDA0. So we can now go for X in if X A is less than 4EDA0. Oh, 4EDA0 print X. And we can go further than that, and we can go if it is greater than address 0, which is FP73. Oh, no, it's FP70, I think. Okay, reset. There we go. There's much lower volume of stuff. So, in event... Okay, so it does int21, it calls the DOS API for something. And for C, I don't know what that is offhand, but I could either look it up in the interrupt list, the RBIL, or we could just find it in IDA, which search text. Oh, 4C is just return, or terminate with return code. Oh, okay, that makes, okay, because this would be I understand. This would be the bit of the libc which is printing the error message. So, okay, that's, thank you, Sonneveld. So this, I guess, would be the exception handler. If we like scroll up a little bit. Calls like a far pointer. So I mean, the error was like a this floating point operation resulted in a stack underflow. Ah, Sunwell says, "Hi, I'm about to go to bed. Good luck with debugging." Much appreciated. I need all the good luck I can get. So... Come on, like this, surely we've got to be... Okay, program with the x87. Data registers... Ah, okay, so they begin with F. So it's like fadd, fmol, fld. So maybe we should just search for the letter F. Would that be too facile? Yes, of course it would, because match case. retf, callf, f init. Oh, here we go, floating point instructions. Our old friend floating point instructions. So firstly, let's see if we can find f init. Because this also looks like it may be in the libc somewhere. Like maybe it's the libc which is wrecking us. Really? No f init? Oh, Keniko says, I just got here and I'm confused. What's up? The game is just DOA. So this game is really finicky about running. Actually, yeah, for people who are just tuning in, I may as well just kind of show you where we are. So here's what happens when we run the game in DOSBox. It'll mostly work. With a bunch of FNV and stuff. There we go. Got through the introduction.
You arrived at Heathrow.
But as soon as you get to a certain point where you have to, like, talk to someone, and there's a dialogue puzzle,
You're mad.
everything else works.
A wax dummy of a Grenadier Guard.
I don't think the dummy would agree to that.
But you try and talk to him, the UX will show up on screen, but in the background, the game is like, you know, it's throwing a rod. It's not working. Now, that's all well and good. My plan was basically to run it in MAME, which is my favorite debugger for this kind of thing. Except the game won't even start in MAME. It will throw... Well, initially, it was demanding that everything, and I mean everything, was... freed up in conventional memory because it is a real mode program. And apparently having the CD-ROM driver in low memory was... yeah, it just couldn't... there wasn't enough space, so it was either fully crashing or half crashing. But after we got over that hurdle and just unloaded the CD driver from memory... Now we're getting into the issue where it tries to start the game, but then it has a floating point error. So what I was trying to do was figure out exactly where in the disassembly we were getting dogged by that. And I think that we may be running into a mismatch between... Oh no. I was going to say we may be running into a mismatch between what Ida thinks floating point instruction mnemonics are and maybe the MAME one is slightly different, but oh, wait, is FFSTCW, is that even floating point? Am I going nuts? It is using... Why is it using the floating point registers to store the stupid runtime library message? Wait. That's... I'm guessing because it's faster, but, like, that's not a good reason. Madmoose says it might be that MAME's x87 isn't up to snuff. I mean, that is one option. I mean, it runs under a Killing Moon fine. And while I'm pretty sure that most of the engine in there is fixed point, but I mean, I'd be kind of surprised that this doesn't run. And also, like, it's falling, like, pretty early. It's like a very bizarre thing to do. Okay, so there's a finite number of FSTCWs in the code, so it's got to be one of these. One of two, in fact. It's an FSTCW followed by push CX. Except... Huh. That would appear to not be... Doesn't seem to be either of those. Like, could this also be DOS code? I mean, no, this is... Kineko says, I wonder how stable the game is on real hardware. If it's not running on MAME, which is like as vanilla as it gets, I imagine it would just be a nightmare running on regular hardware. Okay, hang on. The fact that I can't seem to find this instruction anywhere makes me wonder, like, yeah. Is this code making any sense, or is it just executing random crap? Because, yeah, if it jumps to the wrong spot in memory, it could, you know, it could be executing the wrong thing if it doesn't. I mean, like, all of these, like, load single byte followed by store single byte, like, that seems kind of... Why would you do that? All of this seems kind of a bit mad. But, like, the floating point... Yeah, and, like, loop instructions which are pointing to itself. Like, I am not convinced that it is disassembling the right thing. So if we go 37240 DBE351. Okay, no, there is a... There, alright. Okay, so the instruction is called something slightly different in bloody IDA compared to MAME. Okay, so we have this. Is there a way? I don't know. I think there may be a way of like Let me rephrase. It would be useful if there was a way of adjusting these offsets to match the one in MAME. I know you can do it by changing these like segment modifiers here. It never works. It's just too finicky. So I'm not gonna bother. I'm just gonna suck it up. Alright, well, I guess we can kind of agree that this is mostly okay. What we're looking for is a point where the code goes off the rails. Oh, crap. Okay, right. So we have a few places where fnet is. And we go text fn init. Right, okay, and there are 3 different spots in here. 37240, 37326, and 3730F. And like the final one is the middle one. Okay. I see, okay. So it is getting... I guess it's like comparing some pointer that it stores at the start of that piece of text. And then... Okay, and then it's calling like fp terminate 87, which is a stub which calls a DOS interrupt. But presumably that's only being called because it's leaving. So it must be... So it must be one of the other ones. Anyway, the stuff that's in 37 is still in the libc. So possibly... What if we were to go to like 31.9 BF? Okay, 32804. Search. Sequence of bytes. 56, 33, F6, B9, 42, 00. Okay, so null check. So IDA's function... sometimes IDA's function ID mapping will just tell us which bit of, in this case, libc that we're in. So... Okay, and that's already... Yeah. So this is in exit. So we need to find out... when we first go to exit, which will be when the instruction happens. Or where the exception happens. So the null check instruction is 969. So 3171. Oh, 206. So just remove 59. Oh, sorry, 53. So if we subtract 53 from this, we would get 31916. Okay. Three 3190F. Ah, here we go. Yep. Okay. So this is exit. So we're getting there. Now what calls exit? Wait, did... Oh wait, no, I didn't get the right one. That's not exit. 3190F. $55 8B EC 33 C9. Oh, I misspelled that. Search sequence of bytes C9. Good lord. Alright, am I just typing it wrong? Sequence of bytes. Oh, yeah, I screwed up. Oh, single underscore exit. Okay. As opposed to double underscore exit. Alright, well that's important because a whole bunch more places call exit than just this. And we're after a place that calls exit that possibly ends in a 7. Yeah, this'll do. So we're at 34 dB7. 34 dB7. Okay. Oh, it'd be nice to see a few instructions before that. MAME. Would have been really cool to see a few instructions before that, but beggars can't be choosers, I suppose. Let's immediately after. Push BX, push EX, move CX. Okay, yeah, we found it. FP signal. Okay, good. That's where we screwed up. So now we have to look for so before this, we have move stuff, push AX, cool, message write. That's, yeah, okay, that's right in the error message. 34D8D. Okay, that's that shift left instruction. Pop DX. Okay, there we go. So 347D8. So we'll say FP signal. Right. So this is the handler for when bad things happen. I do notice here that we're calling the far pointer of, you know, the 0 address. Like that looks pretty unhealthy. I don't know why that would happen. Then we have another hated floating point instruction, and it's doing it. Okay, and it's doing it off something from the stack. But we should be able to search for FLDN. Is that an instruction that IDA uses? Yeah, okay. Okay, then it does this test, then it Jump's not equal to here. At which point it adds something to the stack and then jumps all the way up to here. Alright, so here's the code. Push some crap onto the stack. Then move something into BL register, then do a test. Then jump to here. At which point we move something into the data segment. Except somehow this has been set. Yeah, alright. Okay, no. So we're currently in segment 47, and all this is saying is like take the pointer that is currently at address 0 of segment 47, which is here, and chuck that into DS. Which then does these two. Okay, then it does a jump. Then it does a jump not equal. Then we go down to here, and it tries to call whatever is currently in dword 39D10. But that doesn't seem to be... I don't know why that would trigger a floating point exception, but apparently it does. Okay, and this is the pointer at address 0 of the data segment. But we've already set the data segment to something else. So this is some kind of trampoline, retpoline, I don't know, some kind of segment switching nonsense. So I wonder in that case, if we look up this log CPU thing here, and then oh wait, but this will be... Okay, no, this is when it's already started, so it's not going to be the same code. Alright, that's annoying. Anyhow, okay, but we have the instruction just before it crashes, so we can put in a breakpoint for that and see how it runs. So, I'm going to continue soon as I can find where the window is. Okay, EP disable 1. Okay, soft reset. So next time I run it, it should be loaded in exactly the same spot in memory, which should mean that we can have a quick look at like the very moment it's about to crash. So 37837. Okay, there we go. So we're at the stage where it's about to call the far pointer using. Did it set the code segment? No, it does not set the code segment. But we should be able to look at what it's referring to. So 39880 is the data segment. 39880. Ah, crap. No, not disassembly view. We want memory view. 1 byte chunks. 39880. Okay, so according to this so we skip to the data segment, which is here. It's alright, it was this pointer, which I guess it was. It's a path pointer. It must have just stored. Yeah. Okay. So it's 4 bytes. So it's trying to call this far pointer. 31713668. Which I think we can calculate by hand. Three 4D78, which oh, interesting. Okay, so it is literally okay. So okay, so it goes back further. It goes back even further than this. So this is not an accident. It has been queued up by some other kind of exception handler process, and yeah, we've traced it back here, but that's okay. We can go back a little further. Because yeah, we're moving. Yeah, okay, so we move the data segment into here, we move AX into here, and we OR it with the next two. Anyway, okay, so this must be like this must be like a big branched exception handler or something. Which ends up here. What is it in? God, big table. Very big table. Okay, and then at the end of it, it's all this. Okay, well we can convert the start address. 37cc5 minus 37835. Okay, so little difference. And then if we go like the very start of this, 3854F. Wait, what? How can it? Oh no. Because how can it start before it end? That seems. I mean, the disassembly shows linear flow, but it's also a little concerning. So 389DF is apparently where the entry point is meant to start. Okay. Alright, what's this then? 67H. Can't be that many 67Hs. Okay, there's quite a lot. But only a few that are push. 2A. Interesting. Okay, so this is calling a interrupt 67. Hang on. Interrupt list. Interrupt. By number. And we want 67. Oh wait, maybe I'm... Because maybe it is trying to use like DOS protected mode. It is using like a union for like all the registers, which is generally something that you do when you're trying to kind of jump between real mode and protected mode. Yeah, okay, so it is calling interrupt 67. Which is then trying to call RM386. Okay, yeah, it does look like some kind of... Yeah, okay. Executes software interrupt specified by that. So it's some kind of EMS management call. But that appears to be failing. So maybe that earlier thing about running EMM 386 is a good idea rather than just himem.sys. Okay, uses the processor virtual 8086 mode. Temporarily shuts down Windows. Oh god, how do you... Because this is MS-DOS 6. Let's... Anyway, we can continue now. Yeah, so we've got himem.sys, we've got DOS high, and the CD drive is also meant to be loaded high, but apparently it's not enough. Alright. Right. This is... So we don't have EMM 386, but we can add it. We can see if that helps. So it's set virtual.exe high memory device equals C dot em386.exe no ems. This high UMB. Okay. Modules... Oh, okay. I didn't know about this command. Modules using memory below 1 megabyte. So that is... Yeah, alright. And it's currently like 578 because I've disabled the CD drive. So I'm going to... That's actually interesting. I'm going to undo the mods I did to autoexec. And see if we can get any changes there. Okay, save. Exit. Soft reset. Mem C more. Ah, yeah, okay. So MSCDX is currently eating quite a lot of memory, and we need 520k to run. Yeah, we need 520k conventional memory to run City 2000. So probably just getting rid of smart drive would be enough to get us over that limit. Like, we don't really need disk caching. But it doesn't see... MS-DOS is resident in the high memory area, but... okay, edit... So I'll get rid of smart drive, and that should hopefully give us just enough. Exit. Okay, so there are 555k of conventional memory, even with the CD driver in there, which is good. You do not have enough expanded memory. You need at least 1 megabyte free. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Because... I'm guessing this is because I run EMM386, right? And... I mean, I don't know why it's... Yeah. I mean, it wasn't whinging about that before I added in the EMS line, so it must be disliking that. Oh, okay. So we'll just go rem this, save, quit, soft reset. City 2000, London, LonEXE TS. Interesting. Okay, so it there are some random pixels on the screen that got corrupted. I don't know what to make of that, but yeah. Oh, okay, and the execution is doing that like weird flywheel pattern. It just doesn't like having to share space with the CD driver. Uh-oh. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. I should not have soft reset when I did that. That was a mistake. Hopefully they didn't screw up the hard drive. Okay, good. Alright, let's... So we currently have 550k of memory free. We're gonna go in here. We're gonna turn off the CD driver, which hopefully shouldn't be required to solve the problem. It's just a nice to have. Okay, okay, and then it just immediately does the same crap. Okay, so yeah, like the last thing it's doing is calling this interrupt to try and remap some memory, and it is failing. Is this called from many places? No, it's called from one spot. Oh. Huh. Could this be MSCDEX? I mean, like, that could potentially be... it's an outside chance, though. Actually, no, it can't be, because it's inside the damn EXE here. Like, there wouldn't be any CD code inside the EXE. It would be... Okay, so the call's int67. That then kicks to like 32348. But okay, but then that would be that that would explain why there's that kind of big table, because it's doing some kind of software hookup. Yeah, and then mathematically that map, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Jumping to somewhere else in the file, 32348 would be int 86x. Right, okay, yep, fine. So places that call this. Okay, but this kind of looks on the... This looks like it would be DOS, as opposed to inside the EXE. Oh crap, and I don't have the disassembly up anymore, do I? Okay. So that's there. So now I should be able to have a look at the disassembly at 2135E. And then see where that maps up in here. Search sequence of bytes. Sequence of bytes? Sequence of bytes. 5E, 5F, C9, CB. And it's going to end with a 1, which would probably be this. Okay, yeah. Okay, now I'm going to scroll up to find this. E X0 yes here jump equal okay, then there's this call here to 226FF. Okay, is that the top of it? No, it's not. God damn it. Oh my god. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, so here's the freaking entry point for that. Sub 21690. Where does that get called from? Okay. From inside main. Okay. So this... Okay, so FBEC is from main. So FBF1. Okay, this is still inside main. Comp AX0. Okay, then jump not equal to here. Then jump down to here. Which then pushes 40. Call this. And then the one after that should be 0000 FC. Okay, this call just never returns. Which is troubling. So it does a memory check. It then does something to try and poll. Will do, you know, do something with the expanded memory. And it fails miserably. So I wonder then, maybe the game is incompatible with DOS version 6, which would be wild, but possible. Because, yeah, like, push SI, okay, it's like pushing things as registers. But DI and SI are not set anywhere. Oh, okay, maybe it's preserving SI and DI for later. Okay, it's preserving them here as well. Okay, what is in 67 with no changes? It's like vid EMS. Virtual control program interface. Execute XMS function. Pains me to say this, but maybe it'll actually run better under Windows, given that it's got weird EMS shit that it's checking for. Never occurred to me, like, did they have any documentation with CD2000 to suggest how you should be doing EMS. Or is that just too forward thinking? Okay. In order to run C2000 London, you'll need to be running Windows. That's wild. Okay, I wonder. If I open this up, I'm going to set up. Okay, that's all the Visa drivers. There's... I was kind of hoping there'd be like a text file, maybe like a readme saying, here's what to do if for whatever reason you don't have enough virtual memory. Because games of this era often had that, but not in this case. Okay, but it's very clear that it is crashing in MAME due to memory management. The memory management phase. Okay. Yeah, Bloody Cactus says Windows game came out in 93, so what, Windows 3.1? Yeah. Oh, Mono says, really late to say this because I forgot I had it, but I've got a PDF of the manual if you want it. I do want it actually. If you could, if it's not too much trouble, if you could ship it to me over Discord, that would, yeah, that's exactly it. There's a requirements and a problem section. Games always would have these, especially from like 1993 where you have like a ton of memory issues. And I want to look at that because clearly there's something that I'm missing here. And for a game as pernickety as this, they'll probably say, it'll work if you do exactly these steps in this order. Or at least that's what I'm hoping for. Yeah, because the archive.org one didn't have the manual, or at least the copy that I got did not have the manual. Yeah. Oh my god, these investigations are like very kind of from first principles sometimes, but it's progress. We're slowly kind of ruling out things that it is and isn't. Ah, fantastic. Thank you very much. Give me manual. Open file. There we go, okay. So system requirements. 386DX. Okay, so yeah, we couldn't use Mighty PC. Super VGA card, yeah, we got one of those. 2 megabytes of RAM, we got way more than that. With at least 575k free DOS memory, that is wild. A wild amount of memory to, like, you want to cram the CD driver into like 15k of memory there. But whatever, okay. We'll take your word for it. Oh no, don't feel bad, Mono. No, this is. I probably would have gone on an internet search for it if I was, but now that you mention it, it's like actually, yeah, that would be really good to look at. Okay, insert your CD in the CD drive. Type install. We've done that. Once it's installed the hard drive, all we have to do is type London, press the return key. That is a lie. We have to jump through a lot more hoops. Come on, troubleshooting. Problems! Beautiful. Okay. What is Visa? Okay, most built-in graphics card have Visa built in, so you never have to install a driver. That is true. I think the T-Sing Labs has Visa built into it. Then we got expanded memory. Expanded memory is memory that's located above the first 1 megabyte. Some programs need this extra memory in order to run. To play CD2000, you will need 1 megabyte of expandable memory available. You may do this by using a high memory manager such as EMM386. That's what we're freaking doing. But we're going to copy more or less exactly what it says. Okay, and they say you need to use EMM386 as well. And that could be important because I think the interrupt list was, yeah, okay, so like it can't, like one of the possible things that it could be trying to check is whether or not EMM386 is installed. So maybe we were on the right track before by having EMM386 in there with 1024 RAM. Because if I recall correctly, it just gave us a different error. Like, it got past that problem, but it gave us a different error. And I interpreted that to be failing earlier, but if we actually look at the source code, that's it. Okay, so if we look at the code in here, in main, okay, the first possible error that you can get is there's no mouse driver. We do have a mouse driver, so that should be fine. Then there's not enough memory. You need at least, come on. Directly convert to string, yes. You need at least 550k. And then after that is you do not have enough expanded memory. And then in between is the place where it crashed. So it actually got further, despite the fact that it crashed, you know, despite the fact that it still exited when we had EMMS 386. But, okay. That makes sense. Okay, so the whole floating point error was just, that was, I believe, a default error message that was coming up because we did not have EMM386 installed, which then meant that we couldn't check to see if it was there, or rather, I think the problem is you can detect if EMM386 is there, but this game does not. It does not bother checking. It just tries to use it, and then when it doesn't work, it crashes. So that's okay. I'm feeling good. We're making progress at the 5-hour mark. Jesus Christ. So to ensure that EMM386 is running, type EMM386 to the DOS prompt. Well, we need to modify this first. We're gonna hit save. Then reboot. Oh, uh-oh. Warning, unable to set page frame base addressed EMS unavailable. Why is EMS unavailable? Expanded memory services unavailable. We have so much freaking memory. Why are you telling me that? Okay, come on, random side of the internet. What I like about debugging issues with DOS is that it is an obscure enough topic that there is not a crapload of AI spam about it. It's usually just websites like this that were originally around since the pyramids, which actually tell you things. So if I had to fight through slop sites to find this information, I would go mad. I would start smashing things up. Okay, so you can specify which bit of RAM you want to use. Is it because expanded memory services unavailable? Oh, is it because I didn't edit config.sys properly? Oh no, I did. I read I need to delete no EMS and replace with RAM, so I did. Okay, maybe if I just... Okay, well, yeah. Let's just try it with just RAM, in case it's that simple. Save. Quit. Edit. I don't think we need to put anything on our exec.bat. Okay. Oh. Oh my word, alright, come on. Unable to set page frame base address EMS unavailable. Okay, we're going to plug that exact wording in. Unable to set page frame base address. The message indicates that EMM386 is unable to find 64K of contiguous space needed for the expanded memory page frame. What the okay. When you specify the RAM switch, EMM386 attempts to create a 64K page frame in the upper memory area. The actual amount of extended memory will be 108K. 64K plus 44K equals 108. The extra 44K is used for tables that sets up to emulate expanded memory. Okay. So it acts as a window into this. Well, we need EMS. Make sure himem.sys is installed above EMM 386. Oh, maybe the order is bugged. Okay, edit config.sys. Right. Is it because setver.exe? Some hardware configurations require certain device drivers to be loaded before himem.sys. EMM.sys. Maybe we don't have EMM.sys. C DOS. Like, is it as stupid as that? If it is not an IBM machine, add the following parameters to the EMM386. The EO to EFF memory range is generally not used by non-IBM machines. Including this range can allow you to find 64K of free continuous memory. Okay. Frame equals E000. Frame got to be D0. Okay. Well, we'll follow the one from the Microsoft Knowledge Base article here because they seem to be confident about it. E000 to EFFF M9 or frame equals E000 RAM. Save. It couldn't scan the RAM for that. You have to like spell it out and say that you want that particular. Oh, bad. Oh, okay, that was invalid parameter specified. I guess EMM386 is the equivalent of EMM.sys. Yeah, okay. Edit config.sys. Okay. Oh, maybe it was just like a bad... Oh, I see. Okay, they were just implying that you can do either or. Cool. Exit. Soft reset. EMM386. Oh yes. Look at that. Look at all that expanded memory. Look at it. Mem, C, more. Oh, look at that. Okay. We still don't have an... I mean, I don't think that we're going to be able to kind of get the CD driver running with enough conventional memory for CD 2000 to run, but doesn't matter. Yeah, EMM386 is using XMS memory to simulate EMS memory. Free EMS memory may change as free XMS memory. Okay. Oh, bloody heck, this says you need a low high in the things. Edit. I mean, we're doing device high, and we've got like DOS high and UMB. Okay, well, now that we've actually got EMS working, Oh, there is no UMB. Oh, because we're now using EMM 386 and that takes over it. Okay, we better get rid of that then. Edit config.s. That's a good catch. Love the number of foot guns in this. Okay, so just high. Okay, save. Exit. So like, I mean, I've currently turned off Smart Drive and MSCDEX because they take up too much conventional memory. And I don't... Is LH short for load high? Yep. Alright, well let's... Well, now that we've got like a working memory manager, let's just confirm that. And for those wondering, was it really this much of a pain in the ass to like play games in DOS? The answer is yes. This is actually quite accurate for the more... I want to say the games that were made like just before protected mode got popular, and then it became really easy to use all the extra memory. So now mem c more. Yeah, okay, so conventional memory is only 542K with MCDX in there. Which then means that the game is not going to run. So... Wait, it ran? Well, at least it ran for a little bit before, like... Before doing whatever that was. Oh. Bloody Cactus says the problem is you have no upper memory UMB, so nothing can be loaded high. Excuse me while I just hard reset the game. I thought the UMB was just like the, what do you call it? The gap between 640K and like 1 meg in the address space. Oh, right, but because we're now using EMM 386, that means we don't have a UMB, which means nothing can be loaded high. Yeah, okay, which is why the upper is, it's 0 and instead it's now reserved because that's the trick that, like, EMM 386 is using, right? It's using that reserved space as a window to reach extended memory. But it definitely got like a lot further than it did any other time. And it ran like okay. So maybe our troubles are over. Maybe it's working now. Maybe we just have to get over the fact that like the graphics are screwed up. Which we could try running the Tseng Labs Visa driver. I don't know why we would need to. But we can try. And then okay, and then we'll Okay, so plays the opening FMV. Skips to the screen. These are all different EXEs to the one that we care about. And they all use, planar, not planar, chunky pixel mode. Whereas the actual game uses, Visa high-res mode. Okay, and then it's just hanging forever there. Doesn't matter as long as we can get into the game and like click on things, then we have a chance. Okay. London. What the fuck is it? It is Lon EXE TS. No, okay, it immediately jumps off the rails. I mean, again, I guess we could just run it and see where it jumps off into the void like this. It just, yeah, because like we're just here in like zero memory, and it's treating that as the x86 instruction for add add these two registers together and dereference something that's in, you know. Most CPUs, they treat 0 as kind of like a, hey, maybe we shouldn't do anything type instruction. Not Intel. Intel thought 0, 0, 0, 0, that's a perfectly normal thing to have an overload for your add instruction for. Oh, whatever, okay. Hard reset. Okay, City 2000, CD London, Lon EXE TS, and then here we are going to trace Lon EXE TS EMS or EMM 386.ts. Okay, it's running some code, doing some stuff. It's playing the audio, it's changed the graphics mode. Oh, there we go. It's off the track. Trace off. I assume it's off the track. Okay. So here's a little code that's trying to do... Ooh. This is actually important. So, stuff that begins with like FC, that's going to be around main. Which is a good indicator for... This, I think it might be... Alright, bunch of... Alright. So the last thing that we hit is... here, I suppose. Then it just gets unstuck. Okay. But wait, if the final instruction is here, why 27 FCD? Oh god, no, it's trying to syntax highlight it. Okay, no. Don't do that. Don't syntax highlight it. You're only gonna hurt yourself. One 68732. 27 FCD. Okay, wait. Why did my script cut it off there? Shouldn't have done that. Oh. It's because I was being cheap and I'm just doing string comparison. I'm not actually decoding it. And of course, I'm pretty sure F. No, okay. Okay, maybe hexadecimal is fine, but it's still not right. Son of a bitch. Maybe that was better after all. Also, because I didn't close the file. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Because I didn't close the file, didn't get flushed, which then meant there's stuff at the end. I think it's that. Yeah, look, it just keeps going after that. So that wasn't really the end of the file after all. Here is the end of the file. Whoa, whole bunch of nulls, which is not good. Okay, and then we get to this point here, which is probably... I mean, looks like it's in main. 73. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Come on. Really? Okay. 28002. So it does some kind of IMOL instruction, which appears to be in the code. 26 F7 6F08. 26 F7 6F08. Okay, here's where this is. So it's reading something from a file. god, alright. I'm all push. Okay, so we're just gonna work backwards. So Les. And there's something that jumps here. X graph 2. Come on. Okay. So from here. Comparing. Okay, so it is okay. It's doing some kind of floating point multiplication. No idea why. And then. Okay. Bloody Character says, where's do I find the crash? It seems to play okay for me in DOSBox X. I mounted the queue, ran through all the FMV audio. I see the credits roll. I eventually get a thank you for playing the game. Oh, yeah. So, I can show you where the crash is. Oh, you gotta play the game for like a little bit before you get to the first dialogue, section. But, hang on, let me just file through freaking here. Oh wait, no, I can't do it in the debug edition of DOSBox because that doesn't have MSCDX. Okay, so just regular DOSBox. Yeah, you can't hit escape too many times. You gotta wait for this stupid logo to leave, then you can hit escape. Then you can hit escape one more time, then one more time after that. Then you're in the game proper.
You've arrived at Heathrow. It's up to you now, John.
Yeah. Also, yeah, like, I couldn't get the stock exe working. I had to install the patched edition from there's like a Tandy Sensation upgrade disc, which gives you a patched version, which the videos don't work. But essentially, yeah, you basically have to play through the game, so you have to like buy a tube ticket, go to the Hilton, then go to Curzon Street, and then eventually you're allowed to go to Madame Tussauds. And then once you're in Madame Tussauds, you have the option of talking to the statues. And as soon as you hit talk on statue, game crashes after this menu pops up. And from what I can tell inside, and yeah, like the short version is, I can't, well, yeah, DOSBox Staging's debugger is a non-starter. It is all corrupted for me. I've no real, I'm not going to be able to get it working. The DOSBox normal, what's it called? Like the standard edition of DOSBox debugger. It can get that far, but there's an issue with the MS CD driver, which then means, yeah, it's whinging that it can't find MSCDX or mount the CD. I don't know if that, maybe that's also down to the fact that I was using a Q. I can't remember if like original DOSBox hates Q files or not. But you can load up a save file and then just use the screen in complete blackness. Okay, but then comes like how you trip this off in such a way that will like dump a useful log. So I'm just gonna turn the cycles down to like 200, nice and low. Okay, then we go log 400,000. Okay. Sync. Okay, so we've got a full trace now from DOSBox, and now that we know, oh, I mean, it's going to be a slightly different place in memory for DOSBox, isn't it? But whatever, we can kind of infer what's going on. Oh, okay. Bloody Cactus says, it crashes for me after I watch the credits. The ones written on paper, not the scrolly screen credits. Is that before you can, like... Is that after you land and then quit? Or just you can't walk around in London? I don't know. Let's have a go at kind of sifting through these entrails then, because maybe this might be better. F equals. Oh, okay. Bloody Cactus says, after he lands, you get programming by, then you see a paper in inkwell with FBI age someone. Then it goes to DOS that says, thanks for playing. Oh, that's like the exit credits. So I think that what might be going wrong there is that the actual game is like 6 executables strung together. And maybe if like lun.exe, which is the executable that's responsible for the game, like the game proper, fails for some reason, then maybe just skips right to the next one in the chain, which would be the exit animation. Yeah, that would be my guess. Oh, you're running lun run exe on its own. It's lun exe, which is .exe, which is going to be the game inner one. What do we... Okay. So 13 is going to be the address. Okay. Right, so we have addresses ranging from very top of memory to about 552. And then 235C. And DOSBox doesn't actually have any DOS code resident, aside from maybe like some stubs used for Visa. So it might actually be even higher. Ah, okay, there we go. So let's see where it goes off the rails here. Oh, 43938. God, come on. Work with me here. If x4 equals 0439, print x. Okay. No, hang on a second. This is Visa. This must be the Visa driver. Because it's accessing A000, which is the segment used for the VGA memory. Okay, so this is probably... This might actually be DOSBox injected code. Possibly. Yeah, okay, it's quite a distance away from the next block of code, which is all 552. Oh, Bloody Cactus says, my config was looking in the wrong directory from where I put it. Now I'm walking around the airport, it keeps telling me you can't go that way. Yeah, that's the game. There's a lot, well, hang on. I'll put a walkthrough in the chat if you want to try and oh my god, come on. Here we go. If you want to basically try and get further on, but like basically you get up to the bit where you have to go to Madame Tussauds and then start talking to people. Oh, sorry, no, you start talking to the statues, and then as soon as you try and use the talk verb, it crashes. Okay, well, we can... I guess we can just start notching out. So, F is right out. That's not going to be right. Same with 5150, I suppose. Yeah, okay. Right. So we have... Okay, and we might as well exclude and X for 70, which is some kind of timer, some kind of constant interrupt that's happening in the background. So what do we have here? We have this interrupt, which is accessing the VGA memory. That's the significance of that number. We have we have something in the 0 vector, which is usually interrupt related. .3df, where have I... 3df rings an unpleasant bell. I just can't remember what. But I mean, okay, that's maybe after it skipped the track. Okay, this looks more promising. So it's from B18 to 522. Oh, okay. Then we get down to here. Oh, it's another interrupt. Okay, great. Is this something that maybe we can find? No. Really? Nothing? Surely there must be like a bunch of enter commands. Like a ton. Yeah, okay, as expected. Okay, so what we're looking at, what we're looking for is one of these enter 220 commands that address ends in an E, and then fourth instruction is a compare. So it can't be that. Can't be that. Can't be that. Can't be that. Alright, this is a good candidate. That could also be a good candidate. Okay, yeah, and then so it's one of these two. Interesting. Oh, actually, no. What am I doing? We've got a clear clue here, which is 1040. It should just be like a straight link to the straight shot to the thing. Yeah. There we go. Okay, we found where we are. Oh, great. Okay, it's doing, and yeah, it's doing changing the interrupt code. son of a bitch. Did I lose my place? Please tell me I didn't lose my place. Oh, Bloody Hector says, the game is obtuse. I am trying to find the Hilton Hotel. There is a map icon in the verb bar. If you click on that, you'll get like a little... yeah, you get a little mini map showing where you are. Good lord. How far up was it last time? Okay, that moves that word. Okay, fine. Move this. Okay, it's in there exactly once. Okay, NVIM is super struggling on this 645,000 word line file. Does not like this. Okay, well, a cool... Like, this looks like some wrapper code between... I mean, what? What's it called? It's setting the interrupt vector, which is something that you very, very rarely do. It's like the only time you do it is if you want to override... Oh, okay, no, this isn't... Okay. First argument is 8. So 8, I believe, is the... Is 8 the timer vector? I think it's 8 is the timer vector. I'm just gonna look at my own game code to check. Yeah, okay. The timer is int 8. So it is replacing the timer vector. Why though? Why would it change this in the middle of the game? It makes no goddamn sense. Unless it was like, did it decide, like, did they just have a different timer vector that runs when you, like, in the... when you open up a dialog box? That's kind of mad, but okay. I guess it's something you could do. So we'll just say... So we'll call this install timer. Oh god. Right. Okay, so we have right. So it's okay, and then it's like writing stuff on the output port, which is a choice. I have to look at the stupid list again. Ports. Where are the ports? Ports. Okay, it's a programmable interrupt timer. So they're changing the pit mode port. That's what this is. So it's changing 43 and then 34 for the pit mode port. Oh god. Again, what did I do in my code for this? Yeah, okay, so right, which is okay, so it's just changing the clock. So that's what this 43:34 instruction does. Then I guess it's setting the clock to 0. What? It's just turning off the... Wait, okay. I don't know why you'd ever do this. You're basically, like, it's a very kind of roundabout way of turning off. Well, yeah, it's setting the frequency to 0. Oh, actually, no, it's not. It's not setting for the frequency to 0. It's setting the period to 0. And I don't know if that means run all the time or run some of the time. But it's not good. Like, I don't like whatever the hell this is. This looks very cursed. And yeah, as soon as that happens, and they return. And then they call this thing here. Okay, cool. Okay. Then okay, so when we come out the other end of here, then all of a sudden, there's nothing left on the stack. So by returning, we just kind of end up here in the void. At like 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. So not ideal. But why? What even is this method? It's very big. God, it's actually chunk. It's a lunker, this. Okay. And yeah, another funny... Yeah, okay. So, you know how I was whinging earlier about addresses being whatever the hell they want to. Look, so in IDA, it's 101D. In here, it's 41DD. Because they're exactly the same. Because we live in hell, and that's where real mode is. Real mode is hell. So we should be able to get an entry point. I guess that means at some point there was an additional thing that was popped onto the stack that got removed. Okay, let's try that. Oh, Bloody Kicker says, now I can't find the place on Curzon Street. I know which road it is. Been there in real life. Yeah. After you've been to the hotel, you gotta have the inventory open, and then I believe it's on the left-hand end of Curzon Street. If you turn around, one of them will have a doorbell in the inventory slot. And that's the place you gotta go. Interesting. Okay, so it doesn't begin with DAS, but okay, I should go. Let's just do this with maths. So we have this return instruction here, which is at 8C, I think. Oh wait, no. We want to go to where it was being called. I think. Oh Lord, I had it, and then I lost it. Okay. Okay, we're good. Let's get our bearings. Go to the data. Where's the stupid data? Here we go. 2560. Because the data segment is always going to be the same. 2560. Great. Tell me what is trying to access this. Okay. Oh my god, I picked like the most generic thing to look up. That was stupid. Yeah, okay. Unfortunately, I didn't figure it out within 6 hours, and now my brain is leaking out my ears. Not sure there's much... Oh, we were close to... But this is the key right here, right? So... Under no circumstances should the game ever, like, try and reach the 0 address. Like, that's just a bad idea. Like, that implies to me that, like, it hit this return instruction, it tried to pull whatever was on the stack, and what was on the stack was some zeros. So, classic underhand behavior, which, in this particular case, because it's real mode, is allowed. Oh, okay. Bloody Cactus says, I'm off to Soho to go to the lab. I didn't realize you need the objects tab open the whole time. Now I know what I'm doing. Okay. Were you able to go to Madame Tussauds and talk to people? If the answer is yes, then, I guess DOSBox X or whatever you're using doesn't have the issue that we have. Oh, hang on. Okay, so what's the very first mention of like 00000 in this stack trace? Okay, it's definitely here. It's after FEA. Oh. Oh, Bloody Cactus says, yeah, I've done Madame Tussauds. Okay. So, you're not running into the crash, then. I mean, yeah, like regular DOSBox and DOSBox staging both crash when you try and open up the dialog window. And it looks to be due to some kind of stack underflow. Judging by the fact that it's going to 0 here when it should not be. Okay, come on. I had it. I had it in my hand, and then I foolishly thought, what if I just do back a bunch of times? Okay, no crash in X. So that's good news for DOSBox X users. Pop SI. There were just so okay. There are so many of these little kind of methody things. Come on, Neovim. Okay, so oh, okay. Yeah. There we go. That's the point. Ruin timer. Yeah, okay, whatever. Just okay, so that's this method here, which goes through, changes, yeah, changes the setting on the programmable interrupt timer and then leaves. And there are exactly 2 places that it can be called from. Okay, which then right, okay. Let's put in a comment here before I forget. Sego 231,000, right. Right, so 41C3 is here. 41BE is there. Then we have to jump up. Here, I guess. Yep, okay. That's here. 9C, 97, 93, 90. Okay, yeah, 8, 6, 82. D. Sorry, we're crawling through line by line because otherwise I will get lost super easy. But yeah, okay. Then we got all these move instructions. Move ES. Okay, and there's another jump to here. Okay, then another jump. Another jump. Oh my god, what are so many jumps? Move, move, move. Oh my god, just end already. Okay, compare word. Compare. Oh, I got another fucking jump. Compare, move, move. Sub. Ah, but of course there's another jump. Compare. Move, move, move. There's a jump. C sub move. Okay. Shift left by 2. Shift left by 2. Oh no, add by 3. Shift left by 2. Shift left by 2. Shift left by 2. Shift left by 2. Oh god, there's like just a maybe this is like could be drawing. Like there is a lot of repetition. Oh my god, we're still in the middle of it. I'm going to be honest, I've lost count of the number of shift by twos, so we're probably in trouble. Is there a DAS in this function? Please just be one DAS. No. Oh, it's called something else because... Why can't you just have one instruction set? Or just one way of calling everything? Would that be so hard? Answer yes. Yes, it would. Okay, well... function that underflows. No worries, Mono. Yeah, have a good day. I'm probably gonna wrap it up soon because I'm over time and it's late and my brain's dead. But I hope this was a informative, an informative example of why DOS is horrible. Just absolute kind of train wreck dumpster fire from start to finish. We love the games in it, but there's just so many things that could go wrong. So easy to make something that just sort of works, but then gets a slight breeze. Destroys it. Okay. Yeah, it's called in like several spots of the code. And yeah. So, I mean, yeah, I was gonna say, like, maybe we could do some kind of counting of, like, the number of times something has been pushed on the stack versus been popped off the stack, but that wouldn't take into account that function calls automatically pop things off the stack. Based on, or they move the stack pointer based on, like, how many entry positions there, of, like, how big the entry thing is. Or sometimes you just, like, manipulate the stack pointer manually, so... And annoyingly, this debug output from, or this trace from DOSBox does not include what is in the stack. I guess we could also put in, I guess a breakpoint at this method, which we now know to be like the last point at which, before everything goes to hell. But maybe not tonight. There I was thinking, oh, this will be kind of interesting and simple and fun, and it was maybe one of those three. Maybe. Okay, well, thanks for sticking around anyway. Yeah, alright, we're gonna rate someone else. I'll probably be back on Thursday doing, dunno, this. I might try and persist off stream for a bit and see if we can get it working, then we may just play City 2000, because honestly, I was hoping it would just be like a easy drop this into MAME, my favorite emulator ever, and have it run, or you know, have a nice, easy to debug thing that we can just kind of poke at. But as it turns out, it just did not run in MAME for a completely different, stupider reason. So yeah, what can you do? This just looks like a very fragile game all up. Let's search and filter by come on. Oh wow, we've got like a smorgasbord of people streaming December. Let's raid someone new. We've got okay. Crossel Dev is streaming Game Jam games, so that sounds pretty good. We're gonna raid them. Alright, I'll see you in a couple of days. Thank you for watching. Goodbye!